mess, telling Fox Sunday Morning Futures.
People from jails and prisons, people from mental institutions and insane asylums coming in. Our country's being destroyed.
But in Nevada today, the Trump name is not even on the Republican primary ballot because the party decided to award its delegates in caucuses set for Thursday. So the former president is only focused on those. Nikki Haley is not.
They did give them a choice, and they said if you sign up for one, you can't sign up for the other.
Lee Carter is a pollster, president of Maslansky and Partners.
And so Nikki Haley chose to go on the primary, which was, in the end, probably a big mistake on her part because there's going to be no delegates for her.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is that voters can choose another option. None of the above. She would potentially be in danger of losing to none of the above, correct?
She would be potentially in danger of that. I would find it highly unlikely that would happen, that people are so drawn to go out to the caucus just to say no one, but it is possible.
That is what Nevada's Governor Lombardo, he is a supporter of former President Trump, Joe Lombardo. He said that he will vote none of the above.
It's a fascinating case study on the support of Donald Trump and how strong it is. He has the most enthusiastic support of any candidate we've seen in recent times.
And on Thursday, when they do caucus and all of the delegates are up for grabs, he's the only one that they'll caucus for, correct?
He is the only one. There is a very, very little known candidate that's also on the caucus ballot, but I don't expect to see anything really happening with him.
Right. Ryan Binkley, he was also in Iowa, but didn't get much support in Iowa, and the caucus is there. So when we get past the kind of confusing setup of Nevada for the Republicans, we focus on South Carolina, which is for Republicans on February 24th. And Nikki Haley staying in the race. She says, look, only a couple of states voters have voted, so she's in this for a while longer. Does she have enough money to keep going?
We have seen some of the big donors pull back, but at this point, the polling suggests that Trump has 64% of the vote and Nikki Haley has just 32%. Clearly, he's got double the vote that she does in her home state. Now, she promises that she's going to stay in this campaign until Super Tuesday. She thinks somehow there's a path. She made an appearance this weekend on Saturday Night Live. She's doing everything she can to just stay alive. And it just doesn't seem to be translating in the polls.
There have been several polls in the last few days of just Republicans, NBC, CNN, Yahoo News, and former President Trump gets around 70% or more among Republicans, and Nikki Haley's in the teens.
Now, it's fascinating because we saw this pattern take shape in New Hampshire. You saw that it was just about 70% of Republicans went for Donald Trump. Fewer went for Nikki Haley. And Nikki Haley really carried her portion of the vote with independents and those who are undeclared.
Now, in South Carolina, you have registered voters. You don't have people who register by party. Saturday, the South Carolina Democratic primary, the first one that Democrats recognize in this cycle, President Biden got like 96% of the vote. He won all the delegates. It was an easy victory for him. But voter turnout was really low. Only about 4% of registered voters voted in that primary. Now, anyone who voted last Saturday cannot vote in the Republican primary coming up. So a low turnout could help Nikki Haley, right? I mean, you have Democrats and independents who might actually vote in the Republican primary.
Joe Biden made a really big deal about South Carolina going first. I don't think this is good foreshadowing for Joe Biden and voter turnout moving forward. Now, let's talk about what this means. I think, as your question was really about what this means for Nikki Haley in the primary. Well, sure, it certainly does mean that she could have a better chance of overperforming the polls than what we're seeing. But I'm just not sure, based on all the other polling that we've seen, that it's going to translate into her getting close enough. She'd have to double where she is in the polls in order to win South Carolina, and I just can't see that happening.
Nikki Haley used to be the governor in South Carolina, and she campaigned in Charleston yesterday.
We're going to close the gap. I'm not going anywhere. Then we're going to go on to Michigan. Then we're going to go on to Super Tuesday. And we're going to continue to do this because it's the right thing to do.
And she said after losing in New Hampshire last month,
Trump is the only Republican in the country who Joe Biden can defeat.
Haley often cites polls that have shown that she would defeat President Biden in a head-to-head hypothetical contest and by bigger margins than former President Trump. However, other polls show something different. when you factor in independent Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and other third-party candidates, like a Fox News poll last week showed in 2 battleground states. In Georgia, the Trump lead over Biden in a 5-person contest is 8 points. But the president would beat Nikki Haley in that same scenario by 6. In Wisconsin, the Trump lead over Biden, with Kennedy and the others factored in, is 3 percentage points. But Nikki Haley would lose to President Biden in that hypothetical in Wisconsin by 9.
Donald Trump supporters are Trump supporters through and through for the most part. When you're supporting Nikki Haley, the number one reason I hear people say that they're supporting Nikki Haley as the candidate right now is because it's against Donald Trump. It's rather her than Donald Trump. It's not that they're so excited about what Nikki Haley is going to do. And I think that's why you see when you introduce the idea of a third party, there's a lot of alternatives that are also votes against Joe Biden, against the status quo. And so that's why I think you see such a shift, especially in some of these key states like Wisconsin, Georgia, and some of the other swing states. So that to me is a big argument against Nikki Haley for the Republican Party.
When you break down within groups of voters, for instance, that Fox poll for Georgia, 51 to 31 is the breakdown. Independents by 20 points support former President Trump over President Biden in Georgia. This is a swing state in which former President Trump faces criminal trial over his 2020 election results conduct. I mean, this is really something.
Many people said that the Georgia trial is the most damning for Donald Trump. And yet this state seems to have one of the biggest changes of heart on their view of Donald Trump over the last couple of years. So let's just look at a couple of reasons why. Number one, a lot of people view what's happening to Donald Trump as a witch hunt. They think that it's unfair. The other thing that I think we're seeing is that there are many people who supported Joe Biden who have said his policies haven't worked. They feel worse off today than they did before. And there are very, very many key audiences for Joe Biden where he has lost support. And those audiences are the Black vote, the Latino vote, women, and the young people. And young people were absolutely critical to Joe Biden winning in 2020. If he loses the support of that, he's going to lose the election.
You mentioned Black voters. In that Fox Georgia poll, obviously President Biden has a large number, a majority of Black voters. But 23% say they would vote for former President Trump. That's well over double what his support was in the prior elections, correct?
That is correct. And that is really significant. If you look at trends, there's a lot of people who have said that the Republican Party has not been necessarily the party that represents minorities, and that we're seeing a shift. We're seeing a big shift right now, and doubling your polls in just one cycle, I think, is a significant and seismic shift, and we're seeing that across a couple of key constituents.
Hispanic voters seemingly more open also to former President Trump, which I think a lot of Democrats can't understand because they claim that he is against immigrants, that he's biased against them, that he's, when he brings up and he says that they're poisoning the blood, that they're trying to portray the former president as bigoted against a lot of these immigrants. But with overall Hispanic voters, that may not be working.
That's right. And I think a lot of folks are scratching their heads on how could this be possible? Well, the truth of the matter is the immigration issue is one that transcends party lines, is one that is all across the country where people are looking at this and saying it is not just a crisis, it's a humanitarian crisis. Many people have family members, or know of people who have tried to go through the border crossing. They've ended up victims of human trafficking. They have to spend thousands and tens of thousands of dollars just to get across the border. The money is going to the cartels, and they completely disapprove of the process as it is. There's nothing good about the border crossing the way it is today. And I think the Hispanic audience knows that better than anybody else. They're saying, we've got to fix this broken system.
I want to ask you about a silver lining that some Democrats see in polling. Even though President Biden may be behind in a lot of surveys in a head-to-head hypothetical rematch with former President Trump, if there's a Trump conviction, he has 4 criminal trials looming. If there's a Trump conviction, when people are asked if you would vote for him with a conviction, the numbers change, don't they?
Hypothetical questions, though, I find to be really, really difficult. It's like asking somebody, are you going to go to the gym on November 5th of next year? You don't really know the answer. The thing that I think is so fascinating about what's happened with Donald Trump is if you ask people, 2 years ago, how likely they would be to vote for Donald Trump if he had 4 indictments and 91 potential criminal charges against him, they would probably say it's not likely. And yet, every time there's another indictment, every time there's another court appearance, every time there's another issue with the legal system that Donald Trump has, his polls increase. So I look at that with some skepticism, because there is a fair amount of support that Donald Trump gets every time one of these things happens. So I think it depends on which case we're talking about and how it's covered and how Donald Trump plays it. And I'm not so sure that even if he is convicted, that they're going to lose support for him.
I mean, some of these polls show his support gets down to like 20%.
I think it is something that I think that's one of the reasons why Nikki Haley is still in the race. I think she's counting on something like that happening. And if it does, she's going to be the first one to step in and try to capitalize it. I think Joe Biden's looking at it and saying this absolutely makes sense. And I think a lot of people who are anti-Trump look at it and say, well, finally, there's some sensibility among voters. But I'm not so sure that people are as rational as those polls would suggest. I think people are much more emotional about this issue than the polls. Polls are letting us think.
Well, we have a lot of voting and a lot of those court cases to come still as we have the voters in Nevada going to the polls on Tuesday. Lee Carter, pollster, president of Maslansky and Partners, thank you so much for joining us.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Tuesday, February 6th, I'm Ted Linder. This is the Fox News Rundown. This week, Nevada holding a state-run presidential primary election and Republican-led caucuses. Fox's Kristen Goodwin explains.
President Joe Biden faces author Marianne Williamson and several lesser-known challengers in Nevada's Democratic presidential primary, with former South Carolina governor and former UN ambassador Nikki Haley, the main candidate representing the GOP on primary ballots. Former President Trump opting out of the primary, instead running in Thursday's GOP-hosted Republican presidential caucuses.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
The pilot program at the Navy Yard will be the first automated shuttle to transport public passengers in Pennsylvania. We need a name for this boondoggle.
The Death John?
You want to fool around with this stuff? We'll see. There's a human there, but he's not driving. He's just sitting there.
Is there enough time to get off?
Yeah, that's right. Are you going to be given full knowledge? Well, this guy's here. Not that we think anything will go wrong. Well, then he shouldn't be there. Why do you need him?
It's downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity in unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stocks falling Monday due to concerns the Federal Reserve may not cut rates as much as expected. That after Fed Chair Jerome Powell said in a television interview the central bank was approaching the question of when to begin to reduce interest rates carefully. The Dow lost 274, the Nasdaq down 31, the S&P 500 lost 16. Earnings reports later today from DuPont, Eli Lilly, and Spotify Technology. Americans held more than $1.05 trillion on their credit cards in the third quarter. That's an historic high. And Boeing has discovered another problem in some of its 737 MAX fuselages, improperly drilled holes that may delay deliveries of about 50 aircraft. And the Justice Department says First National Bank discriminated against Black and Latino homebuyers in North Carolina for at least 4 years and will now pay $13.5 million to settle the redlining charges. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
When Super Bowl 58 kicks off this Sunday, millions of people will have money riding on it. In fact, Legal Sports Report, which covers the U.S. sports betting and fantasy sports industries, is projecting a record $1.3 billion will be bet on the game. And that's just legal sports betting, which is now allowed in more than 30 states. The American Gaming Association, for its estimates, factors in billions more in casual bets between friends or as part of pools or box contests. But for some people, sports gambling is a costly problem in more ways than one.
We aren't the
defund police. We aren't here to tell people how to spend their disposable income. We just want to make sure as gambling becomes easier and more accessible, that there are safeguards in place.
Diana Good, executive director of the Connecticut Council on Problem Gambling, says sports betting apps have made gambling much easier and potentially dangerous, like having a casino in your home, not to mention all of the ads and offers.
Just sign up for an account and we'll give you a free $50, free $150. That's like a free sample. If the dispensaries were saying, come on down to the dispensary and we'll give you a free sample of marijuana, we'd be freaking out.
The American Gaming Association argues that a regulated market offers protections for bettors and that the industry is committed to educating consumers about how to bet responsibly. But not every aspect is regulated, and when gambling becomes an addiction, it can lead to tragedy, taking whole families down with it, or even suicide. Former lawyer Harry Levant has been to that abyss.
I made my first bet when I was 14 years old. Went to the casino for the first time when I was 16 years old.
He's now a certified gambling counselor, public health advocate, and primary therapist for Ethos Treatment Center.
There are a lot of things I understand about gambling disorder now that I didn't understand at the time. It would take me 30 plus years plus a horrific downfall to really understand through my work in recovery. But I guess the short answer to the question is that I am a gambling addict in recovery. I made my last bet on April 27th, 2014, and survived a near suicide attempt that same night. In the grips of my addiction, I lost my mind, my heart, my soul, my conscience. I lied and stole from my friends, from my family, from my clients who trusted me. I decimated just about everything in my wake. It got about as ugly as a pathological gambling addiction can get.
Wow, and you were ultimately disbarred as a lawyer, is that right?
Disbarred and more. After making my last bet, I went to the authorities, turned myself in. I had been taking money from client accounts that didn't belong to me. And in February of 2015, pled guilty to 13 financial felonies and 1 misdemeanor. Was sentenced to 11 and a half to 23 months in jail. And on the day of my sentencing, the judge granted me immediate parole in the courtroom with the instruction that I should continue to work on my recovery, and a further instruction that this didn't have to be the end, that maybe down the road I could do something with my journey to help other people. And in the presence of the people I had stolen from, my victims, presence of my children, and in front of a court I had practiced law in as a lawyer for more than 2 decades, I made a solemn promise that if there was anything I'd be able to do when I got well enough to help others and maybe try and prevent other people from suffering the same fate, I would do that. And that's part of what I dedicate my career to today.
Was that failed suicide attempt the wake-up call, if you will, the shock to your system that you needed to be able to say, that was my last bet? I mean, it took something that drastic.
First of all, to anyone who hears this, if anyone is contemplating self-harm, know that help is available. We need to mention the 988 suicide prevention system that can be dialed or texted at any time. I don't know that it's quite that simple. When one is stuck in the grips of a pathological addiction the way mine was, it's a series of things. But I will point to the fact that while I was attempting to take my life, I was sitting at a desk in a gorgeous hotel room in Atlantic City, New Jersey, trying to write a note to my children to sort of explain that which could never be explained. And many of us in recovery talk about having this moment of clarity. Not everyone has it, but I certainly did. While I was trying to write that note, I realized I didn't want to die. My addiction wanted me to die. It was done with me. It had taken my heart and my mind and my soul and my conscience. It would live on. I'd be gone. And there was something about that recognition and trying to write the note to my kids that made me pick up the phone and call some friends for help.
Did these experiences, these life-altering changes that you went through, show you deficiencies in the way this problem has been handled and what would be better ways to help?
The night that I made my last bet, I called 1-800-GAMBLER. And as unwell as I was, and I was about as impaired as a person can be and still be standing up, I'll never forget what they told me. They told me that night on April 27, 2014, we can pay for about 5 sessions for you to meet with a gambling counselor, but that's all we really do. What we do is we work with the gambling industry to help them spot people who might have a problem. And at that moment, as unwell as I was, I put in the back of my mind something was very wrong here. The people who are supposed to be advocating for folks who are struggling are working hand in hand with the industry. It didn't make sense to me. It would be a number of years before I really dove headfirst into this. I went to rehab, had to deal with my legal issues, worked in treatment with an addiction psychologist for better part of 4 years, because with most addictions, the gambling is the symptom. The problems lie much deeper. And I worked on those things, but ultimately I found myself very privileged to be accepted to LaSalle University in Philadelphia for a master's in their professional clinical counseling program. And when I started studying for a master's in counseling to become an addiction therapist, I started to really research what's called the responsible gaming system, which is the gambling industry's approach to this.
Have there been changes between what you discovered then and a decade later? What's happening now?
Unfortunately, very few. If anything, what we see now with the explosive growth of online sports betting and in many states online casino gambling, the states and the gambling industry continue to push this, well, just be responsible narrative, putting the onus back on the individual and directing attention away from the addictive nature of the online gambling products. And science has known since 2013 that gambling is a full-fledged addiction, just like heroin and opioids and tobacco and cocaine and alcohol. So this idea of putting the onus on the end user and not looking at how the product is distributed is inherently dangerous. It's a risk to public health.
What are some practical changes then that you would like to see happen in terms of helping people if it is taken from a public health standpoint instead?
The best form of treatment for any addiction is prevention. What I want to do, and as you know, I work as a gambling addiction therapist. I like to put myself out of business. I like to prevent the harm before it occurs. So the 1-800-GAMBLER system, people pick up the phone after they have already suffered significant harm to themselves and their families. What we want to do in the public health community is look at the product, and there are a few things that can be done right off the top that would bring immediate relief. The first is affordability checks. I have a number of patients who are college students who have no jobs. They're students, and they are losing tens of thousands of dollars. The idea that gambling companies can take action from people without knowing whether people can afford to lose what they are wagering seems to make no sense to me. The next is we need to look at the nature of the products themselves, particularly what's called micro betting or in-game betting. This is no longer the era where you bet on the winner and loser of each event. Gambling companies are using artificial intelligence and state-of-the-art technology to deliver instantaneous action on every event within a game. The next play in a football game, the next pitch in a baseball game, every swing of a golf club. For a person who is struggling, it's not about the sport, it's about the action. Gambling disorder is about the way the product makes people feel. And what the gambling companies are delivering with this micro betting is a nonstop course of instantaneous access to action. The sport doesn't matter. It's the access to the action. People are betting on table tennis from Russia. People are betting on basketball from China. People are betting on cricket from the United Kingdom. For the person who's struggling, it's the action. And that's what we have to regulate, the access to the action.
Do you envision some pushback, though, in terms of free speech or individual rights when you're talking about somehow incorporating, income-related limits or telling people, no, here's a wall. You can only have this many micro bets, or you can't have any micro bets. You see what I'm getting at?
You raised the issue of the First Amendment. Let's be clear. What we're talking about here is regulating a known addictive product. That, by definition, is a public health issue. It's no different than regulating access to pharmaceuticals or opioids. With gambling, one of the most serious things that has taken place and the biggest risks to public health is that the industry and its partners, both in the media and in sports, and frankly in state government, have normalized this product. And children are being exposed every single day, every time they turn on a television or open a computer. You can't watch a sporting event any longer without being bombarded with not only gambling advertising, but gambling talk and actual talk of how to make bets.
So you're hoping, it sounds like, that the government will step in, or are you hoping that enough pressure for government intervention will perhaps encourage the apps to change their behavior?
These aren't behavior of apps. These are behavior of companies that, look, have a responsibility to try and make as much money as they can for their shareholders and others. However, all of that, what they call revenue, is actually losses by you and others, the public. Revenue means money lost by the public. So while I would welcome any conversation with any gambling industry executive at any place at any time, I'm not optimistic that they will self-regulate. I think this is going to be a combination of Congress having to be involved on a national level because the industry is up close to $100 billion in losses by the public a year. I think it's going to have to be the role of the courts where citizens bring lawsuits seeking to establish an actual duty of care on the part of the industry. Something's going to have to be done. It's all of those things and more that I'm working towards.
Harry Levant, gambling counselor, public health advocate, thank you very much for your time.
It's been my pleasure.
Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Overstock emergency! Turn 7 liquidation! Must sell off immediately! This is it, no games! Everything to the bare walls! At the Philadelphia Mills and Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 liquidation centers! Electronics, furniture, bed and bath, computers, apparel, outerwear, pet supplies, sporting goods, designer home decor, toys, drastically marked down 60 to 90% off. Everything from the nation's biggest online retailers must be sacrificed now. Turn 7! Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Dealers welcome. Turn 7 liquidations.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. Country superstar Toby Keith, known for hits like Should Have Been a Cowboy and courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, has died. His official X account saying in a statement on Tuesday morning that Keith passed away peacefully on Monday evening. The country star said in June of 2022 that he'd been diagnosed with stomach cancer the year before and was receiving chemo, radiation, and surgery. Toby Keith dead at the age of 62. This is King Charles diagnosed with cancer. Buckingham Palace confirming that diagnosis on Monday. Fox's Greg Palcott with more.
We've learned that King Charles personally has spoken with Prince William, Prince Harry, his 2 sons, and they have all been informed about this condition, which, remember, he is saying, Buckingham Palace is saying, that he is very positive about his prognosis.
Buckingham Palace did not make the form of cancer public. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell defended the league's decision to put one playoff game on Peacock. Goodell said the streaming-only broadcast drew a significantly younger audience. The Philadelphia Eagles will play the league's first-ever Brazil game in September. The Washington Commanders introduced Dan Quinn as their new head coach. Kansas City Royals shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. agreed to an 11-year contract extension worth $289 million. A National Labor Relations Board official ordered a union vote for Dartmouth men's basketball players. The NLRB determined that the players are actually school employees. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Ortali, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's not if you lose, but how you lose. Ask Josh Allen, who lost to Patrick Mahomes, but then took the Bills into the offseason as the team by a landslide, the Vegas favorite for most valuable player. We were talking about Purdy as MVP, 2 months ago? It feels like ages ago with how the NFL season progresses. But think about it from this perspective. It's not going to be a big discussion this week, Purdy, and what it all means. Mahomes is going to dominate the quarterback discussion, and rightfully so, but regardless of this being his only shot at a title or if it's not, Purdy has defied the odds at the position, the most important position in sports. And he's got Shanahan and his offensive system. All of this is true. The quarterback-friendly system. I mean, it is friendly as long as you can speak the same language as the head coach. What does that mean? Well, it doesn't always mean game manager. It can also mean Brock Purdy is a lot like Drew Brees. Distribution, he's accurate, smart. He meshes with Shanahan the same way that Sean Payton meshed with Drew Brees.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Governor Shapiro will deliver his budget address today, where he'll promise lower taxes and more money for SEPTA and schools. King Charles has been diagnosed with cancer and is undergoing treatment. And the Eagles' first game next season will be in Brazil. It's the first time the NFL will play a game there.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from McCausland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you to the limits of your plan. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code CLAY.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wish you could show your kids the world? On a Disney Cruise Line vacation this summer, you can. On board, enjoy everything from Disney characters to imaginative dining, and onshore, sun-drenched beaches and charming locales await. Kayal and Company will be sending someone on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean. And it could be you. Listen for the keyword weekday mornings at 8:30. Then go to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win. Because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal & Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, February 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. We have an action-packed program for you this morning. And unlike CNN's morning show, we are not downsizing and changing time slots. What about that story?
What an experiment gone wrong, right?
Imagine coming out and saying, you know what, I think we're just going to punt on morning drive. Yeah, we'll just focus on other day parts.
So are they both out, or is just the Popster out?
Well, we are exploring all options to
Okay.
see where we can reallocate our assets.
Yes.
Probably moving people around until their contracts are up.
Yeah, I would think so. What a disaster. We have all sorts of good stuff this morning. Dawn, how are you?
Great. Happy Tuesday.
Gregory?
Yes, Tuesday.
We have a big take this morning on this absurd border bill that, if you take time to read it, I think should infuriate all Americans, not just Republicans. We will get to that this morning. I also have to crush the Philadelphia Inquirer this morning.
Uh-oh.
Not my style typically to go after the local press, but I just couldn't help myself with the headline in a column written by a man named Will Bunch. We'll get to that this morning. Apparently, the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office is doing the same thing that Nikki Haley is doing. Fake praise. Fake fraudulent emails and headlines that were completely concocted by their own team. We'll dime them out. Also, John Fetterman. The praise continues. For the man once deemed a progressive. Very interesting story in The Guardian written about him. As I mentioned, we will eulogize CNN's morning show. And also, why one company has done such a terrible job with advertising that a lot of the companies that are advertising for the Super Bowl this year, they're going to keep it basic. They're going to keep it simple, not try to complicate things, and not risk the backlash on social media.
So we're going to have a bunch of boring commercials. Is that what I'm getting?
Or if your product's not broken, don't try to Heinerschneid yourself.
Heinerschneid.
That's pretty much my takeaway.
Becomes a verb.
You've been Heinerschneided. We'll get to all of that this morning, plus the cut sheet and all sorts of good stuff, including day 4 of our Disney keyword.
Whoa.
Which is coming up at 8:30
8:30, okay.
That's correct. Let's get to all of that as we move along this morning, but right now, let's get to the news. 6:04, round number 1, right out of the gates, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning this Tuesday, February 6th. We're at 29 degrees. I'll tell you how much we'll warm up when the sun comes out. We are sponsored by COSA this morning on Kayal and Company News Live. So today we get the budget address from Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. So we'll hear from the Gov today amid a crisis with school funding. Does he want to raise taxes? One of the big questions everybody's wanting to know from Governor Josh Shapiro. Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner announcing a task force aimed at preventing both retail theft and housing theft. So Krasner holding a big media conference along with community leaders, business professionals, retailers, unveiling the city's first ever organized retail and house theft task force during that news conference, that media news conference that took place at Redcap's Corner, a gaming store along the 3800 block of Lancaster Avenue. So in this one, Krasner addressing the issue that many have said that there seems to be a dollar amount where they prosecute. And he said, no, that's not true. There's no such dollar amount, even though we've heard from many retailers who've said, if it's under $500, generally speaking, they don't take the case. That's according to many retailers. But after the tragedy that we know happened at the Macy's store, where we learned how many retail thefts they had, and 2 security guards were stabbed and 1 killed, 1 murdered in that case. So this comes, it seems to be timed after that Macy's situation, and in the lawsuit filed against Macy's and the owners of the Center City building where the store is located, the lawyers for the family of the victim who died cited the retail thefts and overall crime in Center City as major factors that actually led to their son's deadly shooting.
Notice the wording there from the way you positioned that. Well, I shouldn't say you, Dawn. You're just reporting it. Yeah. Aimed at preventing theft. Well, You can only prevent so much. My question is, what are you prepared to do about it when you can't prevent it? Will you prosecute? Or are we going to be like California where you have to reach a certain financial threshold before people step in?
He claims there's no financial threshold, Nick Kayal.
Okay.
But the grieving family of security guard Eric Harrison, who we've talked about, who was stabbed to death at that Center City Macy's store, they and their lawyers, it's a big lawsuit that we've talked about and has a chilling impact on retail places like Macy's. But they say more than 250 reports of retail theft happened so far this year at the Macy's, right in the shadow of City Hall, essentially.
Terrible.
Yeah. So that news conference and Krasner has certainly garnered a whole lot of reaction. I know we'll talk about it moving forward. We have sad news today, as we've been talking a lot about the Grammys and especially country music. And now word that country music singer Toby Keith has died at the age of 62 years young, 18 months after he revealed he had stomach cancer. And he had the family had put this out, said that Keith passed away peacefully, surrounded by his family. He fought his fight with grace and courage. He was suffering with stomach cancer and had put his faith in God and received so much comfort, he had said.
That's terrible.
So sad.
Yeah, way too young, 62.
Yeah, it's just devastating. As far as our Philadelphia Eagles, hey, you want to go to Brazil next fall?
I've heard about this story.
How nice.
Kayal and Company season opener road trip.
I think it's a road trip. Kayal and Company, first morning show road trip to South America.
Stalker, you've got that. We could actually, we could help seal the border while we're down there.
See, I could sell it as that. You can get twofer.
Right.
We could seal the border and watch the Eagles play.
And many people are reporting that Alejandro Mayorkas is actually going to be the flipping the coin at the 50-yard line for that game.
Well, because they may vote on that impeachment today, my friends, so we may be looking for work. Speaking of, the Biden administration announced that it's rolling out that new policy that'll allow it to impose visa restrictions on foreign individuals involved in the misuse of commercial spyware. So the administration's policy will apply to people who have been involved in the, quote, misuse of commercial spyware to target individuals, including journalists, activists, perceived dissidents, members of marginalized communities, or the family members of those who are targeted. The visa restrictions could also apply to people who facilitate or get financial benefit from the misuse of commercial spyware. This is the Biden issuing this executive order nearly a year ago, restricting U.S. government's use of commercial spyware. But this is a new announcement rolling out the new policy that's going on. So talking about that this morning. In the forecast, I'll get to our forecast because, again, who doesn't love this? This is above normal temperatures. I'm going to say we have above normal temperatures. So even though it's cold right now, 29 degrees clear with that crescent moon hanging so low, I thought Nick Kayal was going to grab it and do some like chin ups and pull ups.
I saw it coming in this morning on the Schuylkill. I was like, well, that's awfully low looking.
But that will give us the moon as the sun rises, that we will see a beautiful sunny day today, and the high, we are kissing 43 degrees. The warm up begins tomorrow with bright sunshine. 48 degrees for your Wednesday hump day. Thursday, that warm-up continues, 52 degrees, bright sunny skies, 55 and sunny by your Friday, and then Saturday, partly cloudy, but the sun will come out, 61 balmy degrees for your Saturday, and then on the 11th, on Sunday, 56 degrees, still very mild and partly sunny. So this sunny, beautiful stretch, maybe a few scattered showers possible on Saturday, but otherwise, feels like spring.
Well, that fat little groundhog did say early spring this year, didn't he?
Well, maybe he was right.
Yeah.
Have questions about aging? The Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA, can point you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, visit DelCOSA, C-O-S-A, delcosa.org. COSA is supported by Delaware County Council. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:11 on this Tuesday morning as we get ready for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. The Big Take, your border, but our rules. They don't care about you. They only care about their agenda. Your security in America comes with a disclaimer and a price tag. We in the United States should be disgusted and furious with our politicians over the latest Senate bill proposal for the border, regardless of party. But Republicans should be incredibly ticked off at what the Senate unveiled on Sunday. The unveiling of a $118 billion bipartisan border security bill that would also provide aid to, you guessed it, Ukraine and Israel, which was promptly met with opposition by many House Republicans. You want a more secure border for the citizens of the United States? Okay, sure, you got it, but we get to finance the never-ending war between Russia and Ukraine, and we also get more money for Israel. It's called the art of the deal. That's what Trump said, right? It's part of negotiating. It's a give and take, you peasants. So says these Washington bureaucrats and their never-ending war machine. President Joe Biden saying, quote, I urge Congress to come together and swiftly pass this bipartisan agreement, end quote. Speaker Mike Johnson declared it, quote, dead on arrival if it reaches the chamber. Johnson also saying, quote, this bill is even worse than we expected and won't come close to ending the border catastrophe that the president has created. Donald Trump, speaking in Las Vegas, Nevada, taking credit for pointing out the flaws of this bill and how it won't fly. Listen and watch Trump.
As the leader of our party, There is zero chance I will support this horrible open borders betrayal of America. It's not going to happen. I noticed that, and I'll fight it all the way. I noticed a lot of the senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please. Because they were getting ready to pass a very bad bill. And I'll tell you what, a bad bill is, I'd rather have no bill than a bad bill.
That was Donald Trump doubling down yesterday following his conversation on Sunday on Fox News with Maria Bartiromo. Listen and watch this clip of Trump.
You know, they're not releasing the papers. That's always a bad sign. Nobody can get a hold of the papers.
So they're going to release it Friday night.
Yeah, why?
The text is Friday
Why
night.
weren't they releasing it earlier than that? Because it's no good, and it's no good for the Republicans. And frankly, any Republican that signs it should be ashamed of himself or herself. I don't think there's anything you can do that's worse than a bad immigration deal, and they're doing a bad deal. You're better off not having a deal than having a bad deal, and that's what they're negotiating.
But not so fast, says Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. The leader of the GOP House says Donald Trump is not calling the shots. He is. Listen and watch this.
Is Donald Trump calling the shots here, Mr. Speaker?
Of course not. He's not calling the shots. I am calling the shots for the House. That's our responsibility. And I have been saying this far longer than President Trump has. I have been saying what the requirements are to fix the problem. I don't care if they call the legislation H.R. 2 or not. We're willing to work, but they have to be serious about it. If you only do a few of those components, you are not going to solve the problem. And Kristen, that's not a Republican talking point.
So once again, we have posturing over who's in control, who knew what, and who said what. The reality is this. This is an awful bill and has no right ever passing. Why? Because for every one American interest, it has 3 times more foreign interest. We will end up with $20 billion in the bill that would go for border security. That's great until you actually read the rest of it, which includes $60 billion going to Ukraine to support their war against Russia. Only $14 billion will go to Israel and their war with Hamas, while only $2 billion goes to our own nation dealing with conflict in the Red Sea. Translation, America last. Zelensky will continue to receive the never-ending blank checks as we now approach 2 years of this war. That is coming up in, a matter of 18 days on February 24th, 2022, when it began. Still no end in sight. But you got to keep that machine humming, right? So why the third financial aid for the border? Because, in my opinion, they want to replace you. They even say it out loud nowadays. Here's Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. She serves the 9th District in New York, and she said the quiet part out loud recently. Listen and watch this.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. We have
Listen
a
to this.
diaspora that can
They're saying it out loud
absorb
now.
a significant number of these migrants. And when I hear colleagues talk about, the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying, I need more people in my district, but just for redistricting purposes.
Out with the old, in with the new. If your policies fail and you can't lower the voting age to 16, what do? You open up the border, you flood the nation with illegal immigrants, and you hope they vote Democrat as a sign of appreciation in the future for entrance to America. And they're not even trying to hide this in print publication either. In a Time magazine article from June 30th, 2021, they highlight the strategy. Quote, take, for instance, the voting power of Hispanics. Between 2010 and 2020, America's Hispanic population grew by 20%, and their share of the electorate went from 6.9% to 10%. But while Democrats have long considered the nation's growing Hispanic vote a political advantage, Hispanic voters, like every other demographic group in American politics, are not a monolith. In fact, according to Pew Research, while the share of the voting electorate identifying as Hispanic has held steady at 10% between 2016 and 2020, Democrats' advantage within it fell from a 38-point gap to a 28-point gap, all the way down to a 21-point gap. As the growth rate of the population has slowed, its Democratic loyalties have fractured. During his first run, Trump carried 28% of Hispanic voters, and he followed it up 4 years later with 38% of Hispanic voters. And where are we today? Trump leads Biden in the Hispanic vote 42% to 41% per NBC News polling. Now you see why they wanted to flood the border, 300,000 plus alone in December of 2023. And how about this headline? This is from October 29th of 2018 in the New York Times. Quote, "We can replace them." It's a feature on two-time loser and two-time election denier Stacey Abrams in Georgia on how Democrats plan to replace Republicans in the red state. Or how about this headline from The Atlantic 2 months ago, December 2023, quote, "The new face of the great replacement. Vivek Ramaswamy is both the newest proponent of this racist idea and the best example of why it's wrong," end quote. Racism. No, it's not racist. It's reality. Per the Census Bureau, did you know that 2030 marks a demographic turning point for the United States, and that by 2060, 36 years from now, the non-Hispanic white population is expected to shrink by over 20 million, which will lead to the non-Hispanic white population becoming the minority in the United States of America. And the New York Post highlighting what Elon Musk said over the weekend. Elon Musk has wildly claimed that the Biden administration is looking the other way as thousands of migrants illegally stream across the border because it wants to stack Democratic voter rolls before Election Day. The controversial Tesla founder took to his social media site X over the weekend with a, quote, "bet you didn't know" post, accusing the White House of the migrant-turned-voter scam as Biden gears up for an expected nail-biter between himself and Donald Trump in November. Quote, "Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas issued written guidance making it clear that illegal presence alone is not grounds for deportation." So wrote the tech tycoon. Criminal charges, convictions, or gang membership alone, not enough for deportation. You basically have to be a convicted axe murderer to be deported. That was Elon Musk on social media. And after what we just saw in New York City with a migrant mob beating up NYPD officers and getting no cash bail, can you really say Elon Musk is wrong? Here's Donald Trump on Newsmax last night talking about how bad this border bill really is. Listen and watch this.
And you have Republicans itching to sign off on this in the Senate. I mean,
well, it's hard to believe because I think it probably would mean the end of their career. This is a Democrat trap. It's a trap for Republicans that would be so stupid, so foolish to sign a bill like this. This bill can't be signed. And it's not only that, it's massive amounts of money going out of town, as we say, going out of town. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. And it's so bad on the border. I've never seen anything like it. Actually, it's one of the worst, one of the dumbest bills I've ever seen. I think it's dead, totally dead at the House. I think they have almost unanimous or unanimous support. But I can't imagine anybody wanting to approve this bill.
But the blueprint is very simple. Your safety in security is 1/3 the concern that Ukraine's is. Your border is worth $20 million. Ukraine's border is worth $60 million. So we'll keep funding the war machine, keep rolling in new Democratic voters, and keep having Republicans bicker over who's in charge, what's a good deal, and continue playing politics while the rest of us in our country watch our nation get steamrolled and invaded. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. We'll come back, get your thoughts and reaction if you want to jump in. 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, have your voice heard in the Kayal and Company comment section on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll continue Kayal and Company live here on this Tuesday morning. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. One of the great things about working with Piazza is I always get firsthand knowledge of all the new toys, all the new gizmos and gadgets, all the new vehicles on their lot. And they bring me right over to test drive a handful of them. And they are just such a great group with so many amazing vehicles. You know, recently I was just over there about 2.5 weeks ago, and I had the chance to check out the brand new 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. It's their big luxury SUV which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, so you're getting all the security from all the angles, 18-inch alloy wheels, absolutely beautiful, and all the technology that you crave, like wireless Apple CarPlay. And this vehicle is big, it's powerful, it's fully loaded. It's actually meant to go off-roading as well. I also love the third row seating, so if you have kids and you just don't want the empty space in the back, you can add another row of chairs. And the massive moonroof really lightens things up on a beautiful day. And look, the reality is this. You can explore the new Honda Pilot at any one of their 5 locations. That's right, they have 5. Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop all their inventory right now, piazzaautogroup.com.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Our new breakfast burrito is a fully loaded breakfast. I don't even know if I have enough time to tell you everything that's inside. 2 fresh cracked eggs, seasoned breakfast potatoes, 6 strips of bacon, cheese sauce, wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Yes! Now, come and get it. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Did you give up on your New Year's resolution already? If you reach out to NJ Diet, they will help you lose the weight the safe and natural way. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We like to think of Philo as the future of television, a future where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens. A future without long contracts or constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their price go up in over 5 years. A future without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Hopefully you'll never have to call, because in our version of the TV future, everything just works. With more than 70 channels, plus thousands of hours of content on demand, there's something for everyone to love. So why wait to experience the future of television? Signing up for a free trial takes seconds. Just head over to philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
In these unusual economic times, do you wonder what to do with your money? If you have questions about retirement planning, IRAs, 401ks, tax planning, or any other type of question, then listen to The Heart of Your Money. Heard every Sunday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, featuring noted author and financial expert Joe Yakovich. The Heart of Your Money will focus on you, your family, and the best ways for you to navigate your financial portfolio. That's every Sunday, 9 to 10 a.m., The Heart of Your Money with Joe Yakovich, here on Talk Radio 1210. Joe Yakovich is registered with, and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC. Member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
She said, I seen you in here before. I said, I've been here a time or two. She said, hello, my name is Bobby Joe. Meet my twin sister, Betty Lou.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Happy Tuesday to all of you. 6:28 as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app, and of course, watch us live on YouTube. Nevada primary today. Why it's basically irrelevant, we'll get to that later this morning. If it was more pertinent, we would talk about it earlier in the show. It's a very bizarre situation between today and Thursday, primary versus caucus. Who's going to actually participate? Who wants no part of it? We'll explain all of that. But I was blown away by this border bill, and I thought of you, Dawn, and I thought of you, Greg, on two different fronts when it comes to the language pertaining to this absurd bill. Donald Trump saying, no bill is better than a bad bill, which makes a ton of sense. And Dawn, I just read this and I see, okay, so we have a major crisis at the border. In fact, I would say we've elevated from crisis to catastrophe if we're going to enhance the just how bad it is from a C-word standpoint. It's catastrophic right now. There's no question about it. But it came off as America last across the board. Weren't we just told about a month and a half, 2 months ago, the last time Zelensky came to see Biden at the White House, that basically the funding was about to dry up for Ukraine? We have provided all that we can. That was one of the narratives and themes coming out of the last money grab where Zelensky came over, grabbed the bag, and went back to his nation. Now all of a sudden it's, okay, well, you want your border shored up? I got you. $20 billion. How's that sound? Probably not enough, but we'll take it. Okay, but here's the caveat, Don. Here's the caveat. $60 billion's got to go to Zelensky. We got to keep funding that war. We are 18 days away from a 2-year war with no end in sight. And it just seems like, you know what? We'll continue to keep firing away and give them whatever they need because of Vladimir Putin, which, by the way, Tucker Carlson's over in Russia apparently interviewing Putin, and the mainstream's having a meltdown. But I saw the bill, Dawn, and I thought America last, and I just could picture you saying it's a sin.
It is a sin. You're exactly right. I just think that when we look at this border bill, you know what I picture if we were on that flight to Brazil next fall for the Eagles opening game?
We can dream.
We could dream. But you know how when the flight attendant comes out and says, welcome all passengers to this flight, in the event of an emergency and the oxygen masks drop down, put that oxygen mask on yourself first. Mm-hmm. Apply that first. And then once you're breathing, then help others around you, even your own kids, because if you pass out, you can't help your little kid.
True.
And so ultimately, I feel, I just thought of that. I thought, here we are in a crisis. We see it here. We see it across the country, as you've done many, many big takes, countless big takes on what's going on, right? And so ultimately, the insult of this, that they even put a combo deal together. Just do a border bill by itself, a standalone border bill, and say, you know what? We're going to put the oxygen mask on us first. We're going to handle the American crisis that is affecting every city, every county, every rural. It affects everybody in so many multiple ways. I did an interview yesterday as they're talking about some of the educational reform that Josh Shapiro is going to address this evening. Some of the budgets have to go up 32% because we have such an influx of children, many here who are not born here, but who have come into communities, flooded communities, and English is not even a second language.
Right.
right? They speak Spanish fluently, but they can't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
And so we as a country have to now bring forth educators.
Yep.
Think about that cost. So all of these costs, I mean, my goodness, secure the country first.
20 billion, 60 billion for Ukraine, 14 for Israel. And when I see this and I'm thinking, okay, so we're going to keep the war machine humming. I heard Stalker's voice on my left shoulder last night. I was kind of thinking of the time when Stalker was saying, you no good warmongering war hawks, and thinking of Lindsey Graham and all these people that just can't get enough. They can't get away from funding the military industrial complex.
The problem is that neither party have a vested interest in doing anything about the border, because the Democrats use it as a way to get more voters, and the Republicans want to run on it. So both parties are playing politics with the border.
And they're playing us.
And they're playing us 100%.
Well, yeah, and the last thing you want to do, I would think from a calculated, political, diabolical standpoint, if you're the Republicans, unless the bill's just way too good to turn down, you don't want to give Biden a get-out-of-jail-for-free card in an election year. You want the border to continue to be a disaster so you can run on that and maybe perhaps win. Because what have we seen in Iowa and New Hampshire? Immigration and the border has surpassed and supplanted the economy as the number one issue for Republican primary voters in the first two states.
The 2024 election is going to come down to two things. It's going to come down to either abortion or the border. And whichever one gets the base out more will win the election.
I think it's spot on. Yeah. Very simplified, very basic. It's abortion versus immigration.
Yep.
What matters more to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Female reproductive rights, so forth and so on, female health care, however you want to characterize it, or our nation being steamrolled at the southern border to the tune of hundreds of thousands of people per month. By the way, not just from Mexico, not just from South America. You've got people coming from China. You've got people coming from any country, any continent under the sun that is aware and has a news feed that knows our border is an open sieve right now. And, of course, our secretary is in the impeachment process. Dawn, you said earlier in the show this morning that could come down today, I believe.
I believe there are two different articles of impeachment for Mayorkas. I believe that it may come today.
Okay.
By the way, is there a bigger weasel than Mike Johnson? Listening to that clip, like, I'm in charge. Donald Trump's not in charge. No, you're not in charge, you dope. You dummy.
He does come off
just the worst.
Low energy milquetoast.
A sniveling wimp. That's absurd. I'm in charge. You're not in charge.
He's a real key, but very low key, but low-key but well-polished speaker. He reminds me of like Vivek Ramaswamy minus any energy drink or Red Bull in his system. like Vivek's just shot out of a cannon, incredibly well-spoken and smart. I think Mike Johnson's a smart guy. He's a great speaker, but he's just so low.
Is Donald Trump calling the shots here, Mr. Speaker?
Of course not. He's not calling the shots. I am calling the shots for the House. That's our responsibility. And I have been saying this far longer than President Trump has. I have been saying what the requirements are to fix the problem. I don't care if they call the legislation
His mouth's all
HR2
dry.
or not. We're willing to work, but they have to be serious about it. If you only do a few of those components, you are not going to solve the problem. And Kristen, that's not a Republican talking point.
He sounds like a middle manager for like a payroll company.
He does. No, I'm in charge, okay?
The W-2s were not processed properly. I'm going to need you to rerun those, Bill.
You know, whenever you get that question, who's in charge?
Yeah.
It was Alexander Haig back in the day, and I'm in charge. No, you're not. I'm in charge. It's almost like in court when you're being briefed on how to testify, and the lawyer will tell you just on those questions, just say yes or no.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Right? Yeah, and you were in law school, so you know that.
For all of 90 days, Dawn, I learned a lot. I could probably take Alvin Bragg to task. Just saying. And speaking of Bragg, we'll get to him later in the show today. 855-839-1210. But just a couple of minutes here briefly, because today is technically, and really for the next couple of days, Nevada will hold their presidential primaries and caucuses. The presidential primary campaign out west for Nevada this week, where we will have dueling caucuses and primaries, which has created some confusion amongst voters, but little uncertainty about the anticipated and expected results. So you're out in Nevada this week, and Nikki Haley, is going to run in Tuesday's Republican primary, which is today. But it won't count for the GOP nomination, which is why a lot of people aren't talking about this, and we're all focused on South Carolina, which is coming up in less than 3 weeks. While Donald Trump is the only major candidate in Thursday's Republican caucuses. So primary Tuesday with Nikki, Trump caucus Thursday in Nevada. The split races have effectively relegated the third state on this GOP calendar to basically national irrelevance. So if you're looking for information today or what channel something would be on, you're not going to get any of that. This is basically, it's weird. You go from Iowa and New Hampshire. It's like playing a regular season game, and then throwing in an exhibition tournament here with Nevada. Nikki Haley and her camp said, quote, "We spent not a dime nor an ounce of energy on Nevada. We made the decision early on that we were not going to pay $55,000. Oh, so now they're getting tight with the wallet. The endless funds that the Haley camp has. She says, we will not spend $55,000 to a Trump entity to participate in a process that is, quote, rigged for Donald Trump. That is the Haley campaign manager, Betsy Ankney, who told reporters yesterday, Nevada is not and has not been our focus. So pretty interesting that they've taken that stance, and today and Thursday are basically a complete waste of time. But they've spent not an ounce of energy on Nevada, but they spent a year on New Hampshire. Still got beat. Remember, Trump 32 delegates, Nikki Haley 17 delegates. So they've been invested in New Hampshire. They are invested in South Carolina. So we will go through this week. It'll be a wasted exercise worth nothing. Don't even bother tracking anything because there's really nothing to pay attention to, honestly. I just wanted to brief everybody and update everybody.
Thank you.
It is. So South Carolina's coming up in less than 3 weeks. Nikki's got all of her eggs in her basket in her home state, and there's really nothing that's telling us right now that Nikki will make it any closer than she did in New Hampshire. In fact, it looks like a wider margin, which is remarkable. She lost by 12 in New Hampshire, and the polling has her anywhere from 25 to 28% in the hole in South Carolina to Donald Trump. So we'll see how that plays out on February 23rd. So there you go. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Let's go local when we come back. The Philadelphia Inquirer. I want you to hear this headline before we break, and I want you to think about this. We heard about the tragedy. Dawn has reported in the news the last couple of week and a half, 2 weeks. Justin Mohn, M-O-H-N, I believe is how you say the last name. The guy with the YouTube video who decapitated his father in Bucks County and killed him. That story. Somebody by the name of Will Bunch. And I'm not being disrespectful. Like, I just don't read the Inquirer's columnists.
He's been a columnist in this city for 100 years.
Means nothing to me.
Okay.
I mean, now I know why I've never read his stuff. His article is titled "America's White Male Meltdown Starts with Taylor Swift and Ends with Justin Mohn." I want you to think about that for a second, and we'll get into that story when we come back. It's Kayal and Company live here on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're like me and you're running around, especially on these crisp, cold days, the cold weather brings out the crock pot for sure. The problem is I don't always have time to go to the store, spend a ton of money on all the ingredients, come home, prep everything, chop up all the carrots, the potatoes, everything for the next day. And this is where oh my goodness, I thank God for whatacrock.com. Last night is a great example, but they have delicious ready-made meals, truly making dinner easy. All I do, I put the meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When we come home for dinner, it's simmering, just waiting for us. And you can just, that smell just wafting through the house. It smells so delicious, so good, waiting for us. It's really a luxury that I enjoy. A simple luxury, I guess. Unlike most meal kit companies, there isn't any subscription or prepping of ingredients required. I hate that. This is literally as simple as dropping the meal into your slow cooker and then dinner, boom, one and done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of meals to try, from the classics like what we had last night, which was the old-fashioned pot roast. I thought of my mom as we were eating it, like big chunks of medium rare, delicious beef, and these wedges of potatoes, carrots, all of the ingredients that Mom used to make like that, except, I didn't have to make it. Or chicken Alfredo. To the new favorites like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs, which David loves, they're delicious, and the lobster ravioli. Make sure you use promo code, I know I'm making everybody hungry, promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off, whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. If you've tried What a Crock before, you know it's delicious, it's a lifesaver. Just do this. Trust me. Whatacrock.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The President's Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I bet you never heard old Marshall Dillon say, Miss Kitty, have you ever thought of running away? Settling down, would you marry me? If I ask you twice and beg you pretty please, she'd have said yes in a New York minute.
6:45, Kayal and Company, as we continue what's on the cut sheet 1 hour from now. Day 4 of our Disney Keyword coming up at 8:30. This segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or online at TommyD's.com. All right, so let's get to this story. We got to discuss this from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Will Bunch. And I'm reading Will's bio on the Inquirer's website here. Says, I'm the national columnist with some strong opinions about what's happening in America around social injustice, income inequality, and the government. So this is the headline. America's white male meltdown starts with Taylor Swift and ends with Justin Mon. I think that's an absolute trash headline. I'll just come out right out of the gate. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I do want to highlight a couple of things that he says. He says, when famed developer William Levitt, the father of the American suburb, chose the farmland of Bucks County in 1952 for his second Levittown, the maze of modest look-alike ranch houses was marketed as the post-war American dream, albeit a dream he tried to codify as whites only. A white utopia is nevertheless a fairy tale that lived on the warped mind of a young man named Justin Mon. Now I'm going to skip further down here. Overeducated or not, Mon apparently did his own research in an increasingly online existence that included a failed effort to launch a national militia in a YouTube video. In his most recent 14-plus minute production, Mon ranted about a variety of usual right-wing suspects, BLM, Antifa, an invasion of immigrants at the southern border, LGBTQ activists, and an overreaching, all-powerful federal government. You know, the same kind of stuff you hear on Fox News in prime time. Okay, so that's a couple of the pieces where he's trying to take the tragedy that was in Bucks County with a deranged individual who I think should be locked up in a cell for the rest of his life in a straitjacket, and of course the beheading of his father after apparently he was killed. And then he tries to tie in, quote, right-wingers' disdain for Taylor Swift. He says, in the far right freakout that launched 1,000 hot takes, an army of conservative commenters has seized on Swift's blooming romance with Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce, the Chiefs' looming return to the Super Bowl, and Swift's fairly liberal views, although rarely voiced, as proof that the world is somehow conspiring against them meaning white males. He goes on to say the remarkable ability of the American right to believe that everything today is rigged, from pro football to presidential elections, except for the things that are actually rigged, like legacy college admissions or the U.S. tax code, was dramatized not by some random YouTubers, but by recent GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, who implied that the Super Bowl is fixed. But then he goes on to say, but why is Taylor Swift the ideal vessel for this? You don't need a doctorate in the fast disappearing field of sociology to see how it's just not for her success. How else to explain the much more consequential freakouts against all forms of diversity, equity, and inclusion on college campuses? The tragedy here is that the crisis of the young American male is real. It's just complicated. But the bigger problem is an unwillingness to surrender the cultures of patriarchy and white privilege to the majority of Americans that they've locked out. So that was kind of the Cliff Note version. It's about a 4-page article if you care to read it. I don't understand how you can be a writer, and you said Will Bunch has been around for a bazillion decades, longtime columnist. I just looked at his Twitter feed. He's got over 100,000 followers. I'm not discrediting, his career. But this is the kind of trash. To me, this is race-baiting garbage. This is what I expect from those Deadspin writers that are always looking for an absurd race angle. Race has nothing to do with anybody on the right's disdain for Taylor Swift taking over football, and to arrive at the conclusion that it begins with, oh man, Taylor Swift is infringing upon the patriarchy of white male dominance, and then it ends with a tragedy that Dawn talked about many days in the news, to me is just complete trash. You're broad brushing an entire group of people who simply, and let's start at the most simplistic level. And I said this last week, and I really wasn't going to bring this up. I'm all Taylor Swift out. I don't want to mention her name anymore. I can't wait for the Super Bowl to be over with, and we can move on. It has nothing to do with a female or a white versus the diversity, equity, inclusion stuff. Here's all it's ever been for me: the media's nonstop coverage of it. And oh, by the way, dudes, when dudes sit down to watch football. And I can't speak for every guy in this audience. I can speak for myself, but I think it's more than 50%. I think it's a majority. We just want football. That's all we want.
And food.
Football, food, alcohol. We don't want to be bothered by the wife or the kids. That's a fact of life. I'm sorry if that offends people. We don't. For that, if you have a full-time job, if you're a great dad, a husband, you do the thing throughout the week, the baths, the homework, the grocery shopping, and maybe the wife says, honey, I have a big list this weekend. But I'll give you 1 to 4 p.m. on Sunday. I'll give you your 3 hours for the Eagles. That's all we want. Or for me with college football, I want to watch Alabama and then watch the Eagles on Sunday. I just don't want to be inundated with the like, if I want politics, I know where to go get it. If I want Taylor Swift, I know where to go get it. If I want anything other than football, I know how to get it. That's all this has ever been about. Nothing to do with Taylor Swift being liberal. In fact, I've given her credit from the standpoint of her reach. Have I not, Dawn? I've said she signed up 35,000 voters in the snap of a post. I'm not hating on Taylor Swift. I've taken my daughters to see their concert in October.
Spent a lot of money.
But I mean, this, now we're going to write a column. How can I fill up 2,200 words? Can I somehow link toxic male white masculinity to Taylor Swift and a guy who killed his father and then post-mortem beheaded him, put it on YouTube for 6 hours until it was finally pulled down? I don't know. That feels like a drastic overreach. But I'm not writing like these white guilt columns like Will Bunch's for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Sorry. Rant over.
No, I love that you're melting down
It's
over
like this never-ending thing of, let's just blame white males for everything. White males are basically Satan reincarnated, apparently.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, what about all the dads of many of, all different ethnicities that we talked about? Wasn't that last summer? And I don't know I wasn't paying attention to all their ethnicities, but I think all ethnicities, but probably mostly lighter-skinned white dads who were circling the block, standing in line for their little girls like you, Nick, who were the Swifties. And there were so many dads who were interviewed in line. Remember that? And they started at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And because they could get the gear, they could get special gear that you could only get.
Yeah.
And sign in lining up for things.
Yep.
So what about all those dads and men for their wives, girlfriends, but mostly dads of daughters? And so America's white male meltdown, and then you see Taylor Swift, you see the name of this obviously deranged individual now charged with first-degree murder in a sick murder of his father. And then you see the words public meltdown MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's really just a lame excuse.
It is.
To just tie all of those things. And that's to take a heinous murder. And by the way, a wife and mother who's grieving, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And right here in our area, and has to see that when she found her husband's decapitated body and her deranged 32-year-old son who lost his job and moved back home. I mean, oh, my God.
It's not an American male crisis like he's talking about. And then he says, how else do you explain the consequential freakout against all forms of diversity, equity, and inclusion? It's not a freakout. The proof is in the pudding that DEI doesn't work. If you look at the way the system is set up, the system that made America great is meritocracy and capitalism. Not giving people a job that they don't deserve based on, or not that they're qualified for, based on the fact that they don't have enough skins on the wall or the prerequisite experience to succeed in the position. It's not about saying, I don't want to see a minority in this position or a female in that position or somebody of a different sexual orientation in that position. I've told you, if you were a small business owner and you had 10 jobs that were opening and you were posting, you'd be foolish not to hire the 10 best regardless of race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. You'd be out of business. But I digress. All right, 855-839-1210 is the number. Coming up next, Philadelphia Sheriff Democrat Rochelle Bilal gets caught pulling a Nikki Haley. The details on the way after Dawn's news, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
D-Day, January 6, 1944. It's Dom Giordano. This isn't another luxury tour. It's a pilgrimage. And you know why. The 80th anniversary of the momentous event you and I call D-Day, Operation Overlord. The invasion that sealed the fate of Adolf Hitler. Be there for the ceremonies. The only day of the year to meet survivors of the invasion. 11 days in Europe, fully escorted by America's leading expert on France and the D-Day invasion, Ken Chase. $55.89, including airfare. The Champagne Day trip, the City of Light, Paris, the Battle of the Bulge, General Patton's gravesite, the Siegfried Line, Mulberry Harbor, Utah and Juneau, even at King Tiger, Bastogne and the Foxholes. See where the Rangers scaled the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc, St. Mary Église. It's June 6th, so this event sells out quickly. Call now, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. Omaha Beach on June 6th. Be there.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Tuesday morning, 7 o'clock, straight up as we begin hour number 2. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hopefully all of you off to a great start to your workday. What's on the cut sheet coming up, 7:45, day number 4 of our Disney Keyword Vacation Cruise Giveaway Contest coming up at 8:30, where you will take that keyword to 1210WPHT.com. And don't forget, we will be doing this every morning at 8:30 through Thursday, February 22nd, picking and announcing and calling our winner live on the air Friday, February 23rd. And oh, by the way, this is a local contest. So this is specifically to Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So nobody from Toledo, Ohio is going to win, okay? Unless you're streaming us, I guess, on the app and you listen to us every day from Toledo, Ohio, which I think we do have some people in Ohio, Maryland, Florida.
Yeah.
The beauty of the Odyssey app.
It's the beauty, the beauty of the Odyssey. The beauty of the Odyssey.
I love it.
Yep.
All right, so we got a lot of stuff coming up. Super Bowl ads, we're going to get into that story. Kellyanne Conway rolling out some suggestions for Trump's Veep And she's a very bright lady, and I think she still has Trump's ear. So when she speaks, people usually listen. We'll get to John Fetterman. He's in the news as well. The Philadelphia sheriff, and also CNN making some major changes to their failing morning lineup. We'll get to that as we continue. But let's get to the news. Around number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. 29 degrees, clear skies. I'll have the full forecast in just a moment. We are sponsored by Turn 7 this morning. Law enforcement searching for an armed and dangerous suspect across our region after they say he shot a man in the suburbs who was trying to protect his sister. So the family of the victim, 24-year-old Kenito Montoya, says they are devastated after the shooting. They say that Montoya remains on life support while the family is making organ donation decisions right now. Montoya was shot inside a home along the 200 block of Kent Road. This is Upper Darby, Sunday, Delaware County. So officers say they are searching for 31-year-old Yakskop Menjivar in connection with this incident. We talked about this yesterday, but this is the update as we learn new details. So the victim's father, the 24-year-old victim's father, says that he calls the suspect an assassin. He says, the assassin came to my home to kill my daughter because she had broken up with this guy. She didn't want to be with him. She had broken up with him. And since the victim right now does remain on life support, the son, the Delaware County DA's office confirms they're moving ahead with murder charges, first-degree murder charges against this suspect who is believed to be armed and dangerous, traveling in a distinct-looking blue Honda Civic, Pennsylvania tags LWH4182. Police across the region. He was headed for Philadelphia. So they say they believe he's still in the region, could be in Philly, could be in South Jersey. So they want everyone to be on the lookout, but do not approach this individual, they say. Call 911 if you see him. Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner, announcing this big task force, and this on the same day that Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker made another big announcement as far as 10 new hires. She's splitting up the sanitation department, so that was an interesting one out of that one. We were watching her fill all of these job positions, but ultimately Krasner also, after the mayor held her news conference at 10, Krasner held his news conference at 11, and he is announcing this special task force that he says he wants to dispute a false narrative about how his office has handled retail thefts in the city, perhaps feeling the heat from some of the narrative of the new mayor, Sherelle Parker. Not sure about that one, how they get along.
False narrative.
He says it's a false narrative.
Isn't she breaking up the sanitation department for some sort of like green initiative or something?
No, is she? Is that what it is?
You know, Greg, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. She took one position, the current position, and she put him on the green initiative. So kind of moving somebody to the side who has a existing job.
Yeah.
Then his job, she's splitting it in two and splitting to two women to head that job. So we're creating some new positions here.
Okay.
We have to look through all of this because it seems like a lot of new positions being created. So I'm just not sure in a budgetary way how this all works.
I was just going to say, if there's new positions created, where's the money coming from?
Yep.
Yeah, so are they splitting the former salary? Just not so I'm not, honest to God, I'm not being snarky. I just want to look at that and look through the budget. I know that in past years, mayors, and I can't remember if it was Nutter, which mayor it was who had the most deputies, because apparently they can appoint a certain amount of deputy mayors. These people make like 179 plus G's a year.
Not bad.
So these are high paid positions. So, but in any event, Krasner coming out, and this appears to be in reaction to all of the heat that the DA's office took after that tragedy that happened at the Macy's 8 weeks ago, as we talked a lot about it. A victim, security guard, Eric Harrison, hardworking young man who actually had 2 full-time jobs, stabbed to death at the Center City Macy's store. And that suspect, 30-year-old Tyrone Tunnel, was trying to steal hats from the store prior to killing Harrison, came back and stabbed 2 security guards. One survived, Eric Harrison did not. Big lawsuit. stemming from that. And that was when we learned about the hundreds of thefts just at the Macy's store setting. It was, I believe, Philadelphia history.
Yeah. Well, so he's claiming anything under $500 is not necessarily going to be dismissed and not pursued from a justice standpoint. I think that the figure in California is significantly higher. Weren't we talking about a story? I don't know if it was a Target, but in California, they don't prosecute theft up to like $1,900 or somewhere in that frame.
Yeah, remember the thieves in court in California, and they said, "Hey, they were on sale."
Yes,
it was like KitchenAid.
No, we were below the number.
It was a great sale. It was like a twofer, and we got 50% off with the coupons. So
unbelievable.
I know. And there are some stores that say it's even above 500 in Philadelphia, but Krasner is trying to shut that down and says, no. I'm going to do this big task force, not just to prevent, as you pointed out, the word he used, prevent these kinds of thefts, but also they're going to have a task force because there's a huge problem. I met a young woman who is a career woman. She bought a property, nice property, but a fixer-upper, and these people do a theft of the deed, and they'll take it over. And they're squatters.
Yeah.
It's weird, but we have a real problem with the deed situation in Philadelphia.
Exactly. Larry, you don't need a task force if you just actually prosecute criminals and prosecute people based on to the fullest extent of your power under the law. We don't need all these fancy things because when I hear special task force, it sounds very proactive, but this is obviously a reactive maneuver by him in light of the false narratives out there that you're talking about.
Oh, well put. Absolutely well put. By the way, the cyber attack on the Pennsylvania courts that we reported on yesterday, officials confirming that, in fact, there was no compromised data. But we do have all of these different cyber attacks going on the Pennsylvania courts, shutting that down. And then remember about 10 days ago, for 9 full days in Bucks County, the 911 system was down. So that one was a crazy situation that I still don't have the answers as to who they think, did that, who hacked or tried to hack or shut down these systems. We have a former Bucks County school bus driver is now being accused of driving impaired with children on board. And I'm done with you. I know, bus drivers. We love talking about the bus drivers. This one is a former Bucks County school bus driver facing DUI and child endangerment charges after police say he drove that school bus impaired with the kids on board. They've charged 35-year-old Matthew Dudek and took him into custody the same day. He did submit to a breathalyzer test, and the blood alcohol level was found 3 times the legal limit.
And this was a 35-year-old?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Get on in, kids. Time to go for a ride.
Wow. I mean, I was thinking, maybe this guy was 60 or something, but this guy's 35. First of all, are bus drivers in this, what'd you say, Bucks County, Dawn?
Yeah.
Are they full-time, or is that a part-time operation to be a bus driver in Bucks? Do you know?
I think it's full-time.
Is it?
Is it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they have to pick him up. They have to take him and pick him up, so I would assume so, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what they do in between. Unless they're...
Apparently, this guy drinks in between. This guy hits the jack.
What's amazing here, there were at least a dozen kids aboard, and they were like grade school children. What's amazing here, thank God, all the students got home safely. But one student came home and told mommy and daddy she believed her bus driver seemed to be talking really funny and seemed to be acting strangely, and I guess she was worried about him, seemed impaired.
Mommy, Mr. Jones was slurring his speech today.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, stupid sons of bitches, get off!
Oh, my gosh.
Gomez, we've reached your stop. Get the hell out of here.
Get off this bus.
We actually have audio of the girl that could tell that the bus driver was boozing.
I can freaking smell it.
Just to protect ourselves here, this woman is not accused of anything.
All right.
Oh, this poor lady, she basically had an allergy to perfume.
Right.
That was, think about the difference.
But in all seriousness, I mean, some of these parents, their mindset this morning has to be,
I'm going to start kicking some serious ass.
I mean, I don't want my kid on a bus with a liquored up bus driver. My God, we've already discussed this from a safety standpoint. Remember, we were talking about the seats and the lack of seat belts and everything like that. So, Yeah, that's probably the last thing I want. I mean, short of a pilot being sauced up while he's flying a plane, but at least the planes nowadays, for the most part, are automated.
Well, that's true.
Still got to drive the bus if you're this 35-year-old.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. We will be watching for Josh Shapiro's budget address, the governor of Pennsylvania making the big budget address. And another headline this morning, obviously, is that we're learning that the first kickoff game for our Philadelphia Eagles will be in South America in Brazil next fall. Kind of a crazy situation.
What a waste of a game, honestly.
I mean, I've been told by multiple sources that if Sirianni loses, he has to stay in South America.
Stay there, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be a one-game coach next year.
Do we know when into the season this is?
Yeah, it's week 1.
Right?
It's Friday, September 6th. So the NFL kickoff, well, I'm assuming they will still have that Thursday night game with the defending Super Bowl champs, and then a Friday night kickoff game going into the first weekend. I got to make a tough decision. The Eagles are my high school on a Friday night.
Who are they playing?
We don't know yet because the schedule doesn't come out until May.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, they will play on Friday night, September 6th in South America.
But you're right. After a day after the 2024 season opener. So you're right. There will be a Thursday game.
Tough decisions for parents, Dawn. You're going to have to decide between Germantown Academy or the Eagles on a Friday night. Can you parlay them?
It's always going to be Germantown Academy in Dawn's mind.
Yeah.
The Eagles.
Well, come on. It's going to be. Are you kidding me? It's going to be David's senior year.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's going to be Jalen Hurts' first game. Revenge tour, Dawn. Come on.
Oh boy.
But I've never been to Sao Paulo.
Neither
South
have
America.
I.
Have you been there?
No, I have not.
Come on, Greg Stocker. Let's do a trip.
This
would be so fun.
The entire team is like, really, we have to go to Brazil to play a game.
I know.
Is that what they're saying?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, these guys don't like going to Brazil, London, Germany. We got to expand and grow the game.
Why does the NFL need this?
Because they want to grow the game. That's why. They want more money.
Are they going?
So dopey.
Even House Republicans think this is a bad deal.
Are they going for the because Hispanics are the largest growing population group in America?
Could very
are
well
they trying
be.
to reach out to a new? I mean, they've got Taylor Swift, so they're like, hey, let's try another new demographic.
But you know what the worst part of all these games when they play them overseas or outside of the country? You have all these fans that really don't know much about the NFL. So let's say it's Philadelphia against, let's just say Kansas City. You're going to see people at this game with Raiders jerseys on, Cowboys jerseys on. It's the same thing like anytime they go over to Europe, you see all these people showing up wearing their favorite NFL jersey that has nothing to do with the two teams that are playing in the game.
Yep. They don't care about football in Brazil. They care about soccer, which they call football.
Yeah. El fútbol.
Stupid.
El fútbol americano.
It's dumb because you're going to get a bunch of jet lag players that are going to play half-heartedly, and then they're going to have to fly home, and it's a waste of a game.
I know.
The game will be played at the Corinthians Arena, home to Brazilian soccer team SC Corinthians.
Is that first or second Corinthians, Dawn? Sorry.
Or two, Corinthians 2. So that, well, I haven't seen the reaction from any of our players, but let's talk
Don't worry.
about
The other morning show down the hall, they'll start previewing that game in May. They'll do 4 months on it.
Well, enjoy the sunshine today and this week. We're on we're 44 degrees today, but that warm up really kicks in tomorrow. So mid-50s for pretty much the rest of the week. Turn 7 liquidations, overstock emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games, all name brand merch from the biggest online retailers. Sacrifice up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Hurry. Turn 7 liquidations. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Before we get there, we have 2 local stories from the Philly Sheriff as well as John Fetterman drawing some more headlines, and we'll get to those stories. Plus, major shakeup at CNN, once the most trusted name in news. Looks like they could be very much on their deathbed. We continue. Kayal & Company live on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Football fans, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino has the perfect way for everyone to get in on the Super Bowl 58 action with a no-sweat same-game parlay. When you bet on Super Bowl 58 on FanDuel, one game can mean a lot of win. wins. America's #1 sportsbook has all your favorite bets like the money line, the spread. I said I'm taking the Kansas City Chiefs plus 2.5. But how about Travis Kelce for an anytime touchdown at plus 100? And how about Super Bowl MVP being Patrick Mahomes at plus 140? You add in the Kansas City Chiefs plus 2.5, and you can win. Hang on a second. You can win $35 on a $5 bet. That means when you combine all your bets for a chance at an even bigger payday, you'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. I love the FanDuel app, so start building your own or just bet a popular same-game parlay already made for you in America's #1 sportsbook. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg if you don't already have an account. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. A minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike and Newtown Square, and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Hey, Riverton, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
American girls and American guys, we'll always stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see old glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army. We lost his right eye, but he flew a
Kayal
flag out in our
723. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack.
Get us on the free Odyssey app. Of course, you can watch us live on YouTube.
I think he wrote this song. By the way, this is Toby Keith. I'm playing a lot of Toby
All
Keith
Toby this morning, right?
Well, no, I'm sprinkling in some other things too. But he died at the age of 62. I think he wrote the song.
Cancer?
Yeah, I think he wrote the song right after 9/11.
Ah, that would make sense.
Yeah,
based on the lyrics.
Yeah.
Were you a Toby guy?
I'm not a country guy.
Really?
So yeah, I can't say that I like, old school country, like almost like country rock.
Mm-hmm.
But no, country never really did it for me. But
And you're obviously, I'm assuming, not interested at all in today's kind of like country pop.
Nope.
So Florida Georgia line doesn't do much for you?
Nope.
Dierks Bentley?
Nope. No.
All the Nashville honky tonk stuff?
But again, I play songs on this show that I think the audience likes.
Yes, you do.
So it has nothing to do with my personal preference at all.
All right. 855-839-1210 to climb in. A lot of people with some free time on their hands this morning in the world of cable news, as I would imagine. This is a very fascinating story. I think it was inevitable, as CNN has now had a major shakeup to their morning lineup because, well, nobody actually consumed the show, which is, that's the way it works. After 18 months, if your show stinks, you're probably on your way out. You're either fired, you're reassigned, they put you in a different spot, they move pieces around. Unlike this show, after 18 months, we just continue to kick ass and take names, but that's not meant for every radio program or every television program. So Chris Licht, his last failed experiment was this reshuffling of the morning lineup. If I recall correctly, because it's not in this story specifically, before this failed rendition of the morning show on CNN with Poppy Harlow and Phil Mattingly, who, by the way, was totally floored that black voters could actually support Donald Trump. We played you that clip yesterday where he was almost shocked and stunned by it. I think it was Jim Sciutto, I think was how you pronounced his last name, Sciuto. Jim Sciutto and Poppy Harlow were the initial morning show like 2 years ago, right around the time when this show was getting ready to launch. And then they had that major shakeup where they took Don Lemon.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
And they put him in Morning Drive with Poppy Harlow. And I believe there was a third person. It was Caitlin Collins.
Caitlin Collins, yeah.
It was the Collins before Caitlin Collins went to Nights. And, of course, we know how that ended as Don Lemon was fired after a bunch of scandals, including sexist slurs on air, and he insulted an alleged rape victim during an interview. This was also during his stretch where he mentioned Nikki Haley at 51 being out of her prime. And apparently, when Lemon got fired, there was also allegations that he berated Caitlin Collins offset because Caitlin Collins kept interrupting him several times on the air. And I didn't know this part, that Collins allegedly ran off the set in tears, crying, because Don Lemon wanted to be a big tough guy and bully a female because she actually had the chops to challenge him or interrupt and not wait for him to complete every single word, which like anytime on this show, Dawn or Greg, you chime in whenever. I mean, you don't got to wait till I'm finished. You interrupt at any point. You guys know the way it works. So that was one of the things. So now in the latest rendition, it was Poppy Harlow and Phil Mattingly, who couldn't move the needle if he tried to drop a Grand Cherokee out of an airplane, the needle wouldn't move. So now they're basically punning on Morning Drive. They're going from this show that was like roughly 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. or 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. They will have a show from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., and then they will go with a generic CNN News Central program, which will be, just entry-level nuts and bolts. There'll be no personality, not that they have any personalities, but elevated from all of this, of the reshuffling of the deck chairs on the Titanic. Jim Acosta goes to 10 a.m. The pleasant Jim Acosta, another guy who has never smiled once in the history of broadcast television, Dawn Stensland. I don't know about you, but it doesn't matter to me what they do. They are, I think, permanently done until they completely come up with a revolutionary new way of presenting stuff. You can keep shuffling all these people around, you're going to get the same third-place ratings between MSNBC and Fox. They're done. They were once the most trusted name in news. Literally, 25, 30 years ago, they were the go-to before Fox launched. And even as recent as 5, 6, 7 years ago, I mean, let's face it, they were doing really well because they were wall-to-wall Trump.
To be fair, though, in cable news like this, it's not the morning.
It's not morning radio.
Yeah, radio is completely different. Mornings are the place to be in radio. In TV, I guess, but it's more local stuff. I think, to be honest with you, for CNN, they what they should be focusing on is their evening lineup. Their prime time lineup, not really the morning show. But
you got to have some sort of presence for the people that are, waking up, pouring their coffee, getting the kids on the bus.
Let me ask you this. Robert Schwartz says it's not the personalities, it's the product.
Well, the product, yes, because MSNBC has done far left politics better than CNN. So you've got Fox on the right, and obviously Newsmax and OAN, but they're second and third distantly behind Fox from a conservative side, from the right-hand side. MSNBC dominates CNN, but still trails Fox most of the time in most of the time slots. So CNN has to sit there and say, okay, we can't out-woke MSNBC. They've got that market cornered.
Yeah.
So what do? I mean, like, Dawn, you're the journalist. I would suggest, and I'd like to believe, and I'm not a journalist by any stretch, but I'd like to think, as somebody that just pays attention to media, there's still a place for just the news. Can they carve out a niche just doing the news? Or have we reached the point now where it's personality-driven and news doesn't move the needle?
I think, first of all, when I started in television a long time ago, and that was the bulk of my career, it was, to Greg's point, the focus on the evenings. When I was locally the Fox 10 o'clock news anchor, we were the powerhouse of that station. That has all shifted. Now, do you even know who the 10 o'clock news anchors are on Fox 29?
No.
I don't even know who they are.
I can't name an anchor on any of the channels in the city.
But the morning show with Mike Jarek, who was there when I was there, and he's still there.
Okay, I know Mike.
So with Mike, the morning show locally, local personalities, does great numbers, but the evenings not so much. So we've shifted as a nation. We have shifted to the morning shows that are personality driven. So that's what CNN, unfortunately, they don't have any personality.
No.
They don't have anybody.
No, they don't. That's the thing.
So ultimately, how do they compete with that? What I think here, well, first of all, they have somebody on maternity leave. So I'm looking at this, you can't fire somebody while they're out on maternity leave. So they have to bring that person back and let them, so they're going to say, oh, you're on this show and yeah, you still have a job. And then, so they're just shaking things up. It almost feels like it's like spaghetti, throw it at the wall, see what sticks.
Mm-hmm.
But to the point of saying, let's chop this up into little chunks, 1 hour and 2 hour chunks.
Mm-hmm.
And do the news and put on live people who can do live reporting.
Yeah.
And see who prevails. I don't see them putting together necessarily personalities because Acosta,
right?
He's not a personality.
No, he's a curmudgeon.
But he has been a live reporter.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he's the one. Well, we know this, but just for our audiences, he was the one who always argued with Trump.
Yeah.
That's how he was a jerk.
Yep.
And unprofessional, in my opinion. But he made a name for himself by doing that during those news conferences and would suck all the air in the room and disrespect, especially print reporters who never got a chance to ask their question.
You're right. 855-839-1210. Yeah, just quickly, I'm thinking right now of anchors in news across the city right now, 3, 6, 10, 29. From the day, I'm not trying to suck up to you or Larry, but when I was growing up, high school and college, you, Larry, Jim Gardner, what was Jennings' name on Channel 6?
Rob Jennings, back in the day.
Rob Jennings. And now, off the top of my head, Yuki Washington, Mike Jarek on 29. Mm-hmm. Who's the lady that works with Mike Jarek? Jennifer.
Jen Fred.
Jen Fred. And I can throw out
Alex Holly is the host who replaced Chanel Jones, who's now at NBC Network.
Wouldn't know him if he walked in this morning and shook our hands. John Clark. I know John Clark
from NBC.
Yeah, but right now you're right. Like the days of those big personalities. Vi.
Yeah.
Is he still around?
No.
Okay, he was Channel 10.
He does some things for Channel 10.
Okay.
But he and his wife are out in Utah. I talk to him every week. He's doing great.
Oh, very good. There you go. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. Coming up next, don't expect any outlandish Super Bowl commercials. We'll tell you why on the other side. Nick, Dawn, and Greg live here on this Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, I need to tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. That's right. We have a brand new client on board. All right, guys. If you want to boost your confidence, I've got the solution for you. If you need an extra jump for your performance this year, perhaps your big take in the bedroom has slipped over the years as Father Time catches up with you. That's all right. I've got the solution for you, and it's Blue Chew. Because romance with your partner should be the best part of your day, and you need to be ready. That's why I'm suggesting BlueChew.com. It's a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so you're not going to do the visit to the doctor, no awkward conversations, no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. And special offer to Kayal and Company listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free. Free, free. When you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. That's right. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 to receive your first month free. Blue Chew tablets made in the USA.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. From February 1st through the 15th, get 15% off in stock items. A little gift for you from Cozy. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and hand-make 90% of their jewelry. And that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just 2 of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator. Yeah, just bump on the tater tots. Joe, no.
Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Investors who plan their retirement trip by boarding a stock market flight risk falling out of the sky with no parachute to protect their nest egg. And depending on their age, they might not have the time to recover their assets from the burning wreckage of the stock market crash. This week's expert report highlights the benefits of the financial life insurance industry as a guaranteed, reliable vessel that can protect your assets in retirement. Aside from shielding your nest egg from market risk and costly fees, the financial life insurance industry is secured by a vast safety net. Since the 18th century, the financial life insurance industry has survived every major economic event while protecting and maintaining account holders' accounts without skipping a beat, even if the insurance company goes insolvent, belly up and out of business. If you're in or near retirement, schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert to learn how the financial life insurance industry can help plan your retirement trip with peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back in, 740. It is a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. What's on the cut sheet coming up in about 5 minutes? Disney keyword, day number 4 at 8:30. Got the sheet right here. First couple of days, we've had Disney, we've had cruise, we've had summer.
Yep.
What will the keyword be today? Stay tuned, because you're going to want to take that to 1210WPHT.com and enter it for your chance to win a magical 7-night voyage to the Caribbean, because the time to show your kids the world is now. So that is coming up in just about 50 minutes. The Super Bowl is coming up on Sunday, but if you are anticipating unbelievably out-of-the-box, unique commercials, you probably should dial back your expectations this year. This story from Variety, which I thought was very interesting, because for all the people that do tune in for the football, there's obviously a growing and a substantial number of people that are only interested in the halftime show or the commercials, and dozens of advertisers, according to Variety, will flock to the Super Bowl this Sunday and pay a whole heck of a lot of money for 30 or 60-second commercials. But for the first time in a long time, they are fearing backlash on social media. So for those of you that were expecting something in the past, like I believe it was Madison Avenue, an arena where Nationwide ran a commercial in a Super Bowl of years past where they told a story from the viewpoint of a child who had already passed away, or the other commercial where there was this portable power company called Mophie offering a spot that showed God letting the earth tilt into an apocalypse because his smartphone battery died. If you're expecting anything along those lines, not so much. You're going to get Oreo. Apparently, Oreo's running a commercial this year for the first time in years with a cameo by Kris Jenner, and they take a humorous look at how people use the twist of an Oreo cookie to make big history-making decisions in the world and in their life. Expect to see Kate McKinnon. Expect to see Tina Fey. Expect to see LL Cool J. The Super Bowl will be on February 11th on CBS. And Variety goes on to say that a lot of the bosses are trying to avoid causing any public pushback on social media. Quote, advertisers are very aware that things can go wrong at the Super Bowl. Thanks to social media, Super Bowl executive and advertising monster Tim Calkins says marketers realize that any ad can manage to annoy people or cause backlash. There is a huge incentive this year to be cautious. And they go on to cite, nobody knows that better than the advertiser that's been on the Super Bowl for the most over the last 35 years. That is Anheuser-Busch. And they brought up and they talk about the Dylan Mulvaney story. Now, let me just say, this is where I think two things can be true. Number one, I think it is very smart not to have dudes masquerading around as females. I think that would be a lesson learned, a valuable lesson. If you're a great brand, just keep it basic. What's Bud doing this year? Clydesdales. What did Budweiser and Bud Light start doing in the fall? Peyton Manning, Emmitt Smith, NFL football players at a bar. Do that stuff. But let me just say the other half of this, which I think the other half of this can be true. It's different from being stupid versus being risky. If you're an advertiser, you can't operate in the world of, oh my God, what if somebody gets triggered or bothered or offended by something or simply doesn't like our ad? The one thing that used to drive me absolutely nuts when I was in sports, before I came to a station that actually allows free speech, was the fear of, well, what if somebody on their Twitter account doesn't like what we say or what we do? You can't operate and live in that world of walking on eggshells constantly. So I'm going to be very interested, and I think this is going to be the year where I really, really pay attention. Obviously, the game is paramount, and people are excited for the game. People are excited for the halftime show, where there's going to be prop bets galore about Taylor Swift this and Taylor Swift that. That'll be a big storyline. We know that. It's been like that now for 8+ days since the Super Bowl was set. But I'm going to really pay attention to the commercials this year from the standpoint of any political, social, or ideological standpoints with any of these big companies. Because I want to see if companies have actually learned not to do the Bud Light thing or the Kohl's thing or the Target thing. We've seen, what was the one we were just talking about a day or two ago with pushback and resistance on a certain company? I'm trying to blank on what it was. Oh, well, I forget. I forget what it was. But let's see if these companies have learned their lesson not to go into the waters, so to speak, that they don't need to be in. Just staying in your lane. If you're a beer company, sell beer. Do something that appeals to men. Do something that shows beautiful women. If you're a car company, sell me on why this is the vehicle of all vehicles. I think a lot of these companies have seen what's happened, and you're going to have these, by the way, 30-second spot commercial for those not in the industry, going for $7 million this year.
Yeah.
$7 million for a 30.
I mean, think about how many eyeballs it's going to get, dude.
I know, but I mean, and I know it goes up every year.
Yeah.
But I thought that was pretty fascinating.
You can almost guarantee them 91 million people are going to tune in at some point.
Which brings into the other question. What's the rest of the country doing? Like on Super Bowl Sunday, still only about a quarter of Americans in the country. You said what, 90 million is roughly the number? 100 million, somewhere in that. I mean, in a nation of 340 million, what's the rest of the world doing?
Not watching the Super Bowl.
Bizarre. All right, 7:46 here on this Tuesday morning. I don't understand what people do with their time, but let's get to, go ahead.
I'm just curious if anybody, and we get the instant reaction, but if anybody on Twitter or YouTube is not going to watch the Super Bowl, just tell us what else they're doing that night, because that is a fascinating experiment.
It really is. It's a total social experiment.
So if you're on YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, hit the subscribe and like button. And also tell me what you were watching instead of the Super Bowl. And if you're listening on Twitter, or if you're listening on the Odyssey app or 1210WPHT, you can get to Twitter. You can comment there as well.
You're right. 7:47 Tuesday morning. Let's get to another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to start with O.J. Simpson.
Oh, the juice.
The juice. He does a podcast.
Oh, who doesn't?
Called It Is What It Is.
It is what it is.
He does it, Nick, with Cameron and Mace. You know them for the 90s?
Those are old rappers, aren't they?
Early 2000s rappers, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard those names in a long time.
So what's interesting to me about this is that there's a female who I guess throws out questions to the three of them. They're all in three different places. And it was a comment by Shaquille O'Neal, where he said something about sharing secrets with women. So she asked him, when you say open up to women, I don't know what he's talking about. Basically they're saying if you're cheating,
okay,
do you tell the wife, I guess? I think is the gist of the question.
Or do you tell the other guy?
Confessions.
Oh. Okay.
And it got kind of awkward because,
because it's O.J.?
Because O.J. Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman.
Did he?
In my opinion, he did.
Oh, okay. I thought he was found not guilty.
He was. But in the court of Greg Stocker, he's a murderer.
Of course he is.
This is super awkward too. This is cut one. Phil, go.
Said men shouldn't open up to women because they'll use it against them. He said whenever something go down, they're gonna throw it back in your face. Do y'all agree? OJ first.
OJ first.
When you say open up to women, I don't know what he's talking about. Is he talking about confession? No, man, don't confess.
Don't confess.
I think you're right. Don't say nothing. It was your lying eyes.
Yeah.
What?
So leave me out of the confession.
Oh, no confession.
First of all, why are they laughing like mental patients?
I know. Was it really that funny?
No, you gotta leave me out of this.
All these episodes.
You understand what he's saying about confessing,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
You know, because he murdered 2 people, in my opinion.
And I believe that interview that he did with Soledad O'Brien years ago, I think it was 2006, if I did it, this is how I would have done it.
Yeah.
Remember, he was going to write the book, and then it got squashed. I think that was his confession.
Of course.
Yeah.
Can you imagine they bring him on a podcast?
I
Like,
do.
he's a disgraceful human
He's
being.
a pariah. I mean, he lives in Las Vegas in a gated small golf community. And I follow him because, he doesn't tweet. He only posts videos with his opinions.
Yeah.
And it's always at a golf course. And he's always posting videos about fantasy football. But it's the comments to anything he posts are always derogatory because everybody knows he got away with murder. But yeah, like I can't believe, is he being paid for that?
Probably.
I mean, there's no way I'm ever approaching that guy, no matter what I think ratings it would get. Like, there's just some people that are so toxic you can't touch and bring back into the fold, and that's one of them right there.
Wow.
I love how, by the way, too.
Hey, murder, it's funny. He confessed. Murder. What a disgraceful group.
Totally discriminatory, too, by the way, to have the female being kind of like the lead pivot where she's got to ask all the dudes the questions while the dudes can pontificate and bloviate. Can we get away from that? That's a new staple I've seen in sports television. Let's have a female moderator up there to tee up the guys. Why don't we have a male moderator up there to tee up a female?
Oh,
we're all about equality, right?
Nick Kayal.
But the lady can't be more than just a traffic cop on a broadcast?
Maybe on that question, because women don't cheat.
Ooh.
Maybe that's what they're implying. No.
They don't kill either.
Kevin Pools writes, murdered Greg. He turned Nicole and Ron Goldman into human Pez dispensers.
Oh, my gosh.
Jeez, Kevin, how do you really feel?
Good morning.
Pez dispenser. Another thing I haven't. The last time I heard of a Pez dispenser, I heard of Cameron and Mace. Pez dispenser.
I just, first of all, you can barely understand what he's saying anyway.
Yeah, and it's another thing. We got to stop doing these broadcasts where people think that they can just do it via Zoom with no actual microphone and equipment. It sounds atrocious.
Yeah. I just want to play the very beginning again because I can't get over those 2 nitwits sitting there like it's the funniest thing he ever said.
I know.
Because he's kind of suggesting, he's kind of suggesting a confession. Are you confessing that you murdered 2 people?
Yeah, he's not into the confessional business in any category, whether it's murder or infidelity.
Cut 1 again, Phil. Go.
Said men shouldn't open up to women because they'll use it against them. He said whenever something go down, they're gonna throw it back in your face. Do y'all agree? OJ first.
OJ first.
When you say open up to women, I don't know what he's talking about. Is he talking about confession? No, man, don't confess.
Don't confess.
I think you're right. Don't say nothing. It was your lying eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, he killed somebody. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, no confession.
That guy's ready to fall off the back of his chair.
Murder.
Don't say that.
Disgraceful human beings.
I will say this about O.J. Simpson. When there are documentaries or books, I mean, I've read 3 books. I've read the Johnny Cochran book. I've read the F. Lee Bailey book. I can't get enough of it, but I do find it fascinating that guys like Alan Dershowitz and other attorneys that worked on the case, they have all come out and said in memoirs or books or interviews with news that it was one of the most uninteresting, open and dry cases that they ever served on. And it's funny because they all made a killing off of it. They all got their own network gigs and book tours and things like that. But many of them said from a legal standpoint that there was nothing fascinating about the case. It was pretty much open and shut.
Yeah.
It was America's obsession with it, and obviously, the race narrative, coming off of Rodney King and all that stuff.
Well, here we are in Black History Month, and OJ and his band of idiots are laughing hysterically about murdering 2 people.
Yeah.
Funny, huh? Funny stuff. let's go to a more positive thing. This clip made the rounds over the weekend. This is from 2005. Actually, somebody to actually look up to, an African-American for them to be proud of is Morgan Freeman,
Yeah.
who said this on 60 Minutes back in 2005 about Black History Month. You know we are in Black History Month, the month of February. He said this. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Black History Month you find ridiculous. Why? You're going to relegate my history to a month? Oh, come on. What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, come on, tell me.
Well, I'm Jewish.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh, why not? Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
There you go.
How are we going to get rid of racism?
Stop talking about it.
Oh.
I'm going to stop calling you a white man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. I know you as Mike Wallace. You know me as Morgan Freeman.
Oh,
Wow.
how about that?
First of all, Mike Wallace, I know he has history and stuff like what a dopey question. How are we going to get rid of racism?
Yeah. Have the media stop obsessing over it. Have the far left that has hijacked the Democratic Party stop putting everybody into this little compartmentalized box. Oh, you over there, you're the gay one, you're the white one, you're the black one. Let me ask you something. When you see my car, Greg, when we went to Piazza Honda a few weeks ago, when you saw my truck, did you obsess over the color of it?
Well, it's a nice color.
Did you notice the color of it?
It's a nice color,
But you didn't think twice about it after you saw it, right?
No.
Okay. Same thing when I saw you pull up with your vehicle. I have a brick house. You might have a stucco house or a vinyl siding house. Do we get obsessed over what type of siding or material your house is? Probably not, right? Like you show up, you're like, oh, that's a nice home. You don't think about it again. But the media, they don't want you to ever forget about other people's appearances. Like I that is such a great answer by Morgan Freeman, because I think that's the way a majority of people are. We don't think twice about whether you're white or you're black or you're female or I'm male or you're straight or I'm gay or I'm Christian or you're Muslim. Like, it's such a concocted media obsession to continue not only to divide you but create fear. And this and TikTok's the perfect example of it. The obsession with your own identity. Like, I don't obsess over my identity. I'm a straight white male. Like, I don't need to tell the world that every single day. But these people do, and I'm glad that he put Wallace in his place. That's a really good answer.
It is.
And that's what, 20 years old? That's
2005.
That's before this became a real major obsessive talking point over the last 4 years.
It's such a great response to it. Black history is American history. Amen. Right. The end. You know what I mean?
And I'm sure there are people that are black that are like, oh, the hell with Morgan Freeman, blah, 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 blah. And, what the slurs towards Morgan Freeman will be from people that don't agree with that mindset. But that is such a great answer in this world of, everything having to be about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Here's my only thing. This is all I've ever said.
Yep.
2 things. 1, are you a good person? 2, do we have something in common? If you meet those 2 criteria, you can be in my circle. Crazy.
Over the weekend, we lost Carl Weathers, Apollo Creed.
I know.
From Rocky. Probably, he was also, I'm going to throw another name out there. He was also Action Jackson.
Yes.
Do you remember that movie?
Yep. And he should never have been in the ring with Drago in Rocky IV.
Exactly. Throwing the damn towel. Sylvester Stallone delivers an emotional tribute for his friend Carl Weathers, who died in his sleep on Thursday. Do we know a cause of death yet?
I have not seen that.
I don't know why I'm so morbid about this, but do you know? I kind of want to know what people die of.
Yeah, well, we know Toby Keith had stomach cancer, 18 months.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, I have not seen anything on Creed.
They only said he died at the age of 76, peacefully in his sleep. I don't believe they've revealed his cause of death.
76 is young these days, so
yeah,
all I'm saying is that most 76-year-olds don't just go to sleep and not wake up. So there had to have been something else going on there. Okay, anyway, This is Sylvester Stallone giving his tribute to his friend Carl Weathers from the Rocky movie. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Hello, everyone. Today is an incredibly sad day for me.
Nice bar.
I'm so torn up, I can't even tell you. I'm just trying to hold it in because Carl Weathers was such an integral part of my life, my success, everything about it. I give him incredible credit and kudos because when he walked into that room and I saw him for the first time, I saw greatness, but I didn't realize how great. I never could have accomplished what we did with Rocky without him. He was absolutely brilliant. His voice, his size, his power, his athletic ability, but more importantly, his heart, his soul. It's a horrible loss. And I'm standing here in front of this painting because it was probably the last moment we were ever in the ring together, and I'll never forget it. He was magic. And I was so fortunate to be part of his life. So, Apollo, keep punching.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, there's.
Oh, man. I'm not crying. You're crying.
Yeah, who's cutting onions in here? It's amazing. He always. There were so many great quotes, from Carl Weathers, but I've got my favorite one here. This was in Rocky IV when he was trying to pump him up to fight Ivan Drago. He says, and this is Apollo Creed, quote, "We always have to be in the middle of the action because we're the warriors. And without some challenge, without some damn war to fight, then the warriors might as well be dead, Stallion." That was Apollo Creed.
All right, I'm going to have a controversial take here, and I've said this on morning programs before, Nick, but this is the first time you're hearing it. Ranking Rocky movies.
Go ahead.
4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 1, 2, 3. We're in agreement with 4.
3 is much better than 1. I'm sorry, Nick.
That was with Clubber Lang?
Of course. Hey, woman. Come on.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to
Rocky
get
one first.
That's the thing. It's hard to get away from the first.
You are insane.
Which is why I have it.
Dare
put
you?
it first.
All right. Okay. Full confession. If you're sitting around on a Saturday,
we all agree 5 is the worst, right?
5 is the worst.
Okay.
We're all sitting around on a Saturday. We're flipping around through the channels. Rocky 1 is on. Rocky 4 is on. Which one are you putting on? Don Stenson, go.
We recently did this. We put on 1 because my teenage sons had not seen it. So we wanted them to experience 1 first.
What is a fine movie? It's not great. It's not great.
The classic.
It is the classic.
First.
It's the kickoff to it. It's the launching of the series.
Show some respect.
I go 4-1. Actually, I take that back. 4-1, 3-2. Okay. What was your order?
4-3-2-1.
4-3-2-1.
Yeah.
I go 4-1-3-2.
Yeah.
4-1-3-2.
Also, Carl Weathers Chubbs from Happy Gilmore.
By the way, how great if you
I would say Happy Gilmore better than Rocky 1.
Oh, stop.
If we're ranking wait, hang on.
Get out of here.
If we're ranking Carl Weathers movies, I'm putting Happy Gilmore in front of Rocky 1.
He was just in a golf commercial not too recently.
Which one is Creed?
Creed is was the spin-off, which, by the way, Creed is not a Rocky movie. And I've established that is not up for debate in human pop culture debate. Creed is a separate entity. It is not a Rocky movie.
Was Rocky 1 the one that came out in 1976? That's rated number 1.
I believe so.
So
yes.
The masses are with me.
Yes. By the way, 76. If I have my movie history correct, Rocky and Jaws come out the same year. Find me a year in cinema
Here we go.
that had 2 more iconic movies in the same year than Rocky and Jaws.
Well, I could do 70. What year did The Godfather come out? 73.
Oh yeah, that's me and my big mouth. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Godfather. Right there might trump both of those.
Apollo. All right, Carl Weathers. Somebody who shall remain nameless just texted me Predator. Predator is a great Carl Weathers movie.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's rank Carl Weathers movies.
Godfather, 1972.
72. Okay. There was another movie that came out that year too. That was big. Okay, Carl Weathers movies. Rocky Was he in Rocky 4? Oh, yeah, he died in Rocky 4.
I'm pulling up his IMDb right now.
Rocky 4?
Yeah, he died. Drago killed him.
Rocky 4. Rocky 3. He was in Rocky 3, right?
Off the top of my head, I think so. I don't see why he wouldn't be, although I can't really recall
Happy Gilmore.
many scenes from that one with him in it.
Godfather, Deliverance.
He was in Toy
Poseidon
Story, Toy Story 4.
Yeah.
He's in Magnum P.I. He's been in Chicago. This is TV. Chicago PD, Chicago Justice. My God, this guy's had a hell of a career.
All right, Rocky 4, Rocky 3, Happy Gilmore, Predator, Rocky 1. I just do this to tick people off. Rocky 1, Rocky 2.
Now, Phil is saying in 1977 you had Star Wars, Slapshot, and Saturday Night Fever. It's still not Rocky and Jaws. And trust me, I'm over the whole Rocky thing. Like, when the Eagles play on Sunday night, I don't need a picture of the Rocky statue coming back from commercial, along with Gino's steaks and the art.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm being reminded he trained Rocky in Rocky 3. Remember them running on the beach?
Yeah, well, he definitely didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
What the hell is the matter with you?
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
I would
Mickey
still,
dies.
Yes.
In that scene where Mickey dies and
played
Rocky
by who?
Cries and it's
Burgess Meredith.
Horrendous scene.
He was the Penguin in the original Batman.
Of course he was.
To me, the best scene for me with Apollo Creed was when he came out to fight Drago in 4, and James Brown is singing "Living in America." And he's got the American top hat on and the red, white, and blue trousers, and he's putting on the show. What a performance that was. And then he got mopped.
We're being called Rocky amateurs, by the way, for not knowing that. I forgot he was in Rocky 3, but yes, that scene where he's, remember, he's fighting, and then he comes in, and Rocky goes, Apollo? See, I'm not a Rocky amateur. I know these movies.
That was actually pretty good.
I'm telling you. How much of the audience do you think we've lost?
Hopefully all of it. Take me out too. I'll join Weathers. I'll join Keith. Who passed away? Not Keith Urban. Toby Keith. I'm ready to go too. Had enough of all of you.
Rocky 4, Rocky 3, Happy Gilmore, Predator, Rocky 1, Rocky 2. That's my Carl Weathers power ranking.
Sounds good to me.
Dawn is ready to throw something at me.
No, I'm not.
4's great, though. I don't know how anybody could argue. It's United States against Russia.
Agreed.
My God,
there's
the
so
Cold
much.
War.
Yeah, there's so much about Rocky 4 that screams America.
Yes.
That screams like, let's kick the living S out of Russia.
Yeah.
And evil empire.
And what year was Rocky 4? What was that?
1985, baby.
85. Okay, so 15, and that was 39 years ago. So here we are 4 decades later, and we're just giving $60 billion to Vladimir Zelensky. When 40 years ago, we would just go over there and send Creed and Stallone over there and knock out Drago.
Rocky 3, I'm telling you, it's a great movie.
I'm not saying it's not great.
Fabulous movie. Fabulous movie.
But it's not. It's hard to pass over one.
People are just screaming at us on the YouTube channel. I don't care. I don't care. You don't like what we're talking about? Turn off the radio.
So? Let me ask you this: if so, you're going 4, 3, 2, 1. Is this the first? We have sequels, we have trilogies. I don't know what you would call 4 of them. I don't know, what is that? Quad something, whatever it is. Is that the only movie series that is actually better in reverse order?
Sorry, I'm getting so many texts right now. My phone is blowing up.
What, Suits texting you? Shouldn't they be getting ready for a sales meeting?
Somebody who shall remain nameless says Ben FM probably has more manly programming right now compared to this week Rocky comment. Because we can't hold our own.
Oh, there was a snort. That might be the first snort of 24. I haven't heard a snort all calendar year.
This person knows how to make me laugh, so. Anyway,
yeah. Anytime you want to get back to doing the show for the audience, Dawn, what does Greg do when you're messaging Susie Cool? Would you get back to doing the radio show? And Greg's having a text exchange with one unnamed person, like the audience cares about unnamed guy.
Good night, everybody.
Okay. Joy Reid was on The View. Would you rather hear from
actually,
Joy Reid?
Let's keep talking. Let's go back to Rocky.
Okay. Look, it's what's on my show sheet. It's what's on my cut sheet, folks. Like it or don't, I don't care.
No, actually, I really want to hear this because I've said this in the past where she should go to this show, and she actually ends up on this show.
She does. So she had to explain her. Oh wait, this is not the right comment. Hang on, this is just a bad job. Bad job by me.
See, you're focused on texting unnamed people.
Can you talk amongst yourselves?
This is radio, people.
Can you talk amongst yourselves for just 1 second?
Stop it! Just stop it!
We'll just play Greg until Greg's ready. No, but you're going to get to the Joy Reid clip where she's on ABC's The View.
Yep.
Which I've long been advocating for my head to explode. That Joy Reid and Joy Behar need to be on the same set together, pontificating and bloviating, so that my head spontaneously combusts.
All right, this is cut 3 on her hot mic moment. At least I hope it is. Cut 3, Phil, go.
Now, Joy, I want to ask you, because we, as people that wear microphones every day, we can relate to this. But last week you had a hot mic moment that got some attention. Let's just say you used some colorful language. Who doesn't?
Not me. I'm a Christian.
But, yeah, but it seemed like you were criticizing President Biden for starting another war. I don't think you're alone in concerns of that, but is that true? Like, what was behind this?
Well, I'm going to hit that with a cute no comment. No, but what I'm going to say is I am a person that I'm a study war no more kind of Christian. I'm a red letter Christian. I don't believe in war, whether it is the governor of Texas literally trying to start another civil war over an issue that his party could solve tomorrow. There's literally a bill that they just could pass, right, and do the border security issue. Or whether it's in the Middle East. I was deeply against the Iraq War. I'm an anti-war person. And so, you know, I don't want to say that there's any side that is specifically to blame here. But I think I think for most Americans, we're war weary. I think we're all weary of conflict, and we would like to see us progress economically, socially, try to bring this country back from the brink of racial hatred. Let's not do war at all.
Yeah. Okay. Let's not kill people.
Let's not kill people.
So basically everything that Joy Reid does on her television show is one big fraudulent production.
Thank you.
It's a big theatrical production.
What was wrong with that comment right
Nothing.
there? Like what she said right there is great.
Nothing. That's where most Republicans are that are sick of the warmongering, that are sick of the Lindsey Grahams and the Bushes of the world, that want never-ending funneling of money for conflict. But you know why would you be ashamed? Okay, yeah, you dropped the F-bomb. But if you really do believe Joe Biden's getting us into another bleeping war, well, clean up the language. But, I mean, other than that, that should have been your monologue, not getting caught on a hot mic. And then, by the way, she passive-aggressively there in the beginning is like, I'm just going to give that a passive-aggressive no comment. Like, she didn't really want to go into it. And then she blames it on Greg Abbott. No, like, well, Greg Abbott could just do this. No, House Republicans could just do this. Well, Joe Biden, with the stroke of a pen, could undo exactly what he did in January of 2021 that caused this mess.
All I know is that she's on a show that's an opinion-based show. So give an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's obviously...
Well, she has opinions on plenty of things, usually, that I disagree with. So why all of a sudden, you know...
When it comes to this.
Yeah, when it comes to this, why are you portraying one thing on the air and then mumbling something that you presume is off air?
Think about how powerful it would be if she opened up a show one time with a 10-minute monologue on how she doesn't want Joe Biden to get us in another effing war. And by the way, she's on cable. She can say it.
Mm-hmm. Which to
Think about how powerful that would be.
Yeah, which I didn't realize you could do that. I didn't know you could curse on TV like that.
Something else you shouldn't do on TV is forget things.
Well, I mean, I forget things on the radio all the time.
So Joe Biden appeared to confuse French President Emmanuel Macron with former French leader Francois Mitterrand,
okay,
who died in 1996.
All right, so he's been gone for 28 years.
He made this blunder during a speech in Las Vegas. So he's speaking to world leaders, and he talks about Mitterrand from Germany, This is how that sounded. Cut to Phil. Go.
People have pled guilty. You know, right after I was elected, I went to what they call a G7 meeting, all the NATO leaders. It was in the south of England. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from from France looked at me
Germany,
and
France.
said, said, you know, why, how long are you back for?
Oh, boy.
And I looked at him, and the Chancellor of Germany said, what would you say, Mr. President, if you picked up the paper tomorrow in the London Times, and the London Times said, 1,000 people break through the House of Commons, break down the doors, 2 bobbies are killed.
All right, so you get it.
Wow. This is, I would say that is a significantly worse blunder than when he said, where's Jackie?
Well, let's do power rankings here. I think Where's Jackie's the worst.
Well, here's the thing, because I actually looked up Jackie while we were listening to that clip, so I wanted to get the context right. That was back on September 28th of 2022, where Jackie Walorowski, an Indiana congresswoman, had passed away a month earlier in a car accident in August. So, like, that's a month ago. You know, Joe Biden, you know, she dies in August. He speaks in September. He says, where's Jackie? Big gaffe on his part, clearly. I mean, you got to be aware that the poor lady has been deceased for a month. But, I mean, you're mixing up a guy that's been dead for 30 years.
This is interesting to me,
right?
Because they say with Alzheimer's and dementia, you revert back to old times, right, Dawn? Like you talk about people who you knew passed, like they're still here, right?
Yeah, that was when I think of grandparents, great grandparents. Although mine didn't really do that, but I guess of friends who they would, if they had any dementia or anything of that nature, they would kind of revert back to back in the day and not necessarily remember more recent history.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're looking for signs of this, that's a huge sign of, remembering people from long ago.
And
forgetting people who are here now.
And this is why Trump comes out yesterday or 2 days ago, basically says, I want to debate Joe Biden right now, which I don't blame him. I mean, this guy is a complete liability right now, not just in front of a camera, not just in front of a microphone. I mean, Joe Biden is a liability for the Dems right now anytime he steps foot in public.
Yeah. I can't. You can't just brush stuff like this off. You know what I mean? It's one thing to say, mix up a name or something like that.
Yeah.
But he's literally talking about a French president who I'm sure he knew because was in power, I think, from 81 to 95 and then died in 96.
Yep.
So it's obviously somebody he knows.
Yeah, back when Joe was like a moderate.
So it's I'm getting, so was that, everybody's saying that clip didn't go out over
what?
YouTube,
over what?
Over YouTube and over the Odyssey app.
Uh-oh. Did we get shut down over something? The
No,
Rocky
I
stuff,
think
maybe?
it's because it was not monoed out properly.
Oh.
Let me
Please mount it.
Let me play
properly.
Let me play.
Gentlemen.
Let me play it one more time for the people who may have missed it. I apologize for that, Phil. Let's start cut 2 over again if you can. I apologize for that. If it didn't go out, if it did, you're hearing it for a second time. Cut 2, go.
People have pled guilty. Right after I was elected, I went to what they call a G7 meeting, all the NATO leaders. And it was in the south of England. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from from France looked at me and said, why, how long are you back for? And I looked at him, and the Chancellor of Germany said, what would you say, Mr. President, if you picked up the paper tomorrow in the London Times, And the London Times said...
See, he's remembering conversations that obviously happened. He
Mhm.
just doesn't know with who.
Yeah, he's just patching different portions of stuff together. You know, if you look at that video, by the way, for those that did see it the second time on YouTube, you see the supporters in the back with the Biden-Harris little posters, and they're young men. Those guys have got to be in their 20s, early 30s. They're probably sitting there and saying, "What the hell is he talking about?" You know that 99% of the people there probably have no idea the story he's trying to rehash and recall.
Yep.
Right?
Do you guys think this is really horrible to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. Do you guys think that if he wins re-election in his second term in the White House, he's going to start telling us stories like Bo is still with us?
Oh, he's
What?
he's
Why
al-
are you asking that question?
he's
I
already-
reject the premise. I reject that.
I'm just
Get
telling
that out
you.
of your head.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
Well, he already convolutes his story about Bo, saying he lost him in Iraq. And yes, we've had the conversation of the chemicals that led to that he was exposed to was it the brain cancer, but and then he passed away. I don't know how many years after returning, but he continues to, even when he's maybe not trying to blatantly lie, he either forgets certain portions of the story that takes things out of context, or he's completely embellishing and ad-libbing, and it's just bad. The only thing he really remembers is, hey, I was raised in the synagogues, and then I was raised in the black church. Like when he's pandering to a base, he really remembers the script to a T, no matter how many times it's been debunked. Like when he tells the football story that he was a fullback at Delaware.
Yep.
That's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a complete lie. And he keeps going back to it.
Gmail writes, every 80-year-old has memory lapses. Agreed.
Yes.
But
not every 80-year-old's a president of the United States.
There seems to be. Yeah. What's going to happen when there's a memory lapse that, is not just him forgetting a name of somebody?
The truth about him, I will say what's consistent with him is that he's known for believing that he's great with foreign policy. He's always been a disaster with foreign. He's always been wrong on it consistently.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch 60 Minutes on Sunday? I meant to. All of these, by the way, because I had so much yesterday that we just couldn't get to because there was so much. So a lot of it, I'm just kind of playing catch up from the weekend. But hey, look, it's a 4-hour program.
Yeah,
so,
damn right.
They did a report on 60 Minutes on Sunday about how illegals are using TikTok for step-by-step instructional videos on how to enter the country illegally.
Oh, absolutely. It's a tutorial.
So basically what they're saying is that China is helping to facilitate this invasion of the country. This is just a 40-second clip of that report from Sunday. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
We wondered how all of these migrants knew about this particular entryway into California. The answer was in their hands.
How do you know about that? Oh, Douyin. Okay, TikTok.
Oh, you learned on TikTok. Yeah. TikTok is a social media platform created in China. The post we found had step-by-step instructions for hiring smugglers and detailed directions to that hole we visited. We were struck by just how orderly and routine it all seemed. The migrants walked about a half-mile down a dirt road and waited in line for U.S. Border Patrol to arrive so they could surrender.
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, we saw it here locally. Remember our little gal Meatball?
Yeah.
Wasn't she coordinating all the looting and rioting via social media?
Allegedly.
Allegedly?
Thank you, Don.
So you use these apps. These are communication devices. You DM somebody. You put up a post. You put up a video. I'm not surprised at all. Word gets around. That's one of the powers of social media. You say one thing, it circulates, kaboom, it's global, just like that.
Yeah. I mean, look, if they're not going to find it from TikTok, I'm sure they can find it somewhere else on the internet. But it does make it easier.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So.
But you're right. I mean, the tie-in with China and the Communist Party and that ByteDance company, which is in bed with the CCP, that's really my reasoning behind the pushing of the banning of TikTok. It's the national security issues based on where that app, was created, founded, whatever you want to call it. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 1. Guess what's coming up in 5 minutes, everybody?
What?
Oh, it's keyword time.
Keyword time.
That's right.
Ooh.
Disney Cruise Line Vacation, keyword number 4, when we come back, followed by Dawn's Big 3. And then also, the sheriff in Philadelphia, the sheriff's team pulls a Nikki Haley. We have phony flattering on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there. Talk Radio 1210.
Happy Super Bowl to all who celebrate from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. If you're like me, Super Bowl Sunday is all about scoring the best seat on the couch, grabbing your favorite football snacks, and placing some super bets. Like I said, I'm taking the Kansas City Chiefs at +2.5. I'm taking Travis Kelce to score an anytime touchdown. Patrick Mahomes to be the Super Bowl MVP. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. Now, not only can you bet on who will win the Super Bowl, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Patients everywhere are experiencing joint pain relief thanks to QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. So how does this non-surgical approach work? QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Aaron Wolkoff explains.
Is like when you get a paper cut and the cells that come onto that scene first stop the bleeding, and then it recruits more cells to form new skin and new soft tissue. And then you look down a week later, 2 weeks later, and it's like nothing happened and that paper cut never existed.
In this same way, QC Kinetics uses your natural biologics to help repair and restore aching knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
We take those same similar cells in different areas that are arthritic, are painful, and we cause this kind of internal self-healing that can resolve patients' pain.
Relief without surgery. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 13-month IRA certificate at 5.25% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 6-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 8:31. Happy Tuesday to all of you. We might be joined by Tony Bruno tomorrow. Bruno is out at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. But the question is, does Tony Bruno make an appearance at 5:30 a.m. local time from Las Vegas?
I mean, we know he's up.
We know he's up. He's been in the chat at that point sometimes in the past.
Yeah.
So I will keep everybody posted later today and let you know on Twitter if, in fact, we will have Bruno on. He was out there early yesterday on a Monday of Super Bowl week. Today's media day. It's a total circus. By the way, public safety notice. If you don't want to be inundated with Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce stuff today at Super Bowl media day, just make sure your TV and your smartphone social media devices are turned off.
What if we pushed him back a half hour? What if we said he can come on at 9?
Yeah. I'm
which
down,
is
down
6
for whatever.
a.m.
Yeah. Well, we start at 6 a.m.
I mean, there's morning shows that do Super Bowl hits, right? So,
I just don't know if he's going to leave his hotel accommodations to go to where the media setup is, where he's been doing his radio show all week long.
Very low energy.
Just to sit down with us for 20 minutes. But that could be me. I don't know. I've just sent out the text.
Dawn, don't you agree that he should man up and join us?
Yes.
Thank you.
We don't care about the climate.
Bruno. All right, so I'll let you guys know about that. All right, it is now time for our Disney keyword cruise line vacation giveaway. 7-night voyage to the Caribbean, because the time to show your kids the world is now. Here's what you do each and every day at 8:30. You be listening to this program, and you go to 1210WPHT.com and enter the keyword for your chance to win. We will do this each and every day through Thursday, February 22nd. And then on Friday, February 23rd, 2 weeks from this Friday, we will call the winner live on the air. This is a local contest, Kayal and Company. This is not national. So this is going to somebody that listens to this program. And the keyword today is beaches.
Beaches.
That's correct. Beaches. 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 Take beaches to 1210WPHT.com and enter it for your chance to win this 7-night voyage, which, by the way, it's for up to 4 people. So, this is coming with a hefty price tag. Yeah, a lot of people probably can't swing this right out of pocket.
You're damn right. Damn right.
This is something you kind of save up for a couple of years, unless you're one of those elitists.
1210WPHT.com to enter. And a lot of people have asked if you need every single keyword. You do not. However, the more keywords you have, the better chance you have of winning.
It's like buying a lottery ticket.
So if you have one keyword, yes, you could win. you probably won't.
Right.
If you have 3 keywords, you could win, but you probably won't.
That's right.
You need the people who have all, 22, Nick Kayal?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
16 keywords. If you have all 16, you have a better chance of winning.
It's 3 weeks and 1 day worth of keywords for shows.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 8:35 Tuesday morning. Let's get to a Dawn Stenzel on Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 8, sponsored today by Piazza Auto Group. Number 1, we have news of a Flyer has turned himself in. A Philadelphia Flyer hockey player has turned himself in to the authorities, to Canadian police, has surrendered to Canadian police. And that word this morning, it's Philadelphia Flyer Carter Hart. He's one of 5 hockey players charged with sexual assault. Police chief of London, Ontario, issuing a public apology yesterday to a woman who says she was sexually assaulted by 5 hockey players back in 2018 by part of a World Junior team, and that included Carter allegedly. So this is Chief Tai Trong, who apologized for all the delays, but then refused to give any details as to why it took nearly 6 years for any charges to be filed, and what led to the initial investigation to rather quickly be closed before being reopened the summer of 2022. So the only thing I can say to you is that the Flyers goaltender, Carter Hart, was 19 years old at the time, is among those other players. They were in town for a gold medal performance for the World Junior Championship there. The Devils' Michael McLeod is also charged with 2 counts of sexual assault, as well as other. I think there are 3 NHL players, 3 others, but in all 5 players. Hart remains on leave. I will point out to you that attorneys for all 5 of these players say that their attorneys say their clients are not guilty, and they will vigorously defend themselves against these allegations.
So Carter Hart has not played a game since January 20th. By the way, that was the last time the Flyers won a hockey game. They have lost 5 straight games. So by my math, in the last handful of days now, last 2 weeks, what once felt like a very prosperous winter sports season of Flyers hockey and Sixers basketball has come to a screeching halt. Our goaltender is charged with what you're talking about, and our center, Joel Embiid, has a meniscus injury. All right, let's get ready for pitchers and catchers.
And is it hockey? What is it, All-Star Weekend coming up too?
Yeah, this is right around that time. Yeah, because basketball's a few weeks after.
So I don't know. In Canada, it looks like things move quite slowly, and I don't know. I mean, this is not an American court, so there's not a presumption of innocence, etc.
Okay.
So they're fighting it. They're all lawyered up, and that's the word I just wanted to bring to you this morning, the latest. So Carter Hart, among those who surrendered to police in Canada, they were processed and then released.
Okay.
So he's not behind bars this morning, just to clarify that. King Charles III has announced he's taking a little break. Speaking of those who are taking a little bit of leave, well, King Charles III is being treated for cancer.
I saw that yesterday.
They confirmed this.
Yeah.
So he can't do his public duties, and he's not saying publicly what kind of cancer.
That was going to be my next question. Okay.
So we don't know why. We have no word what's going on, and they've refused to say.
Do we have a right as the public to know from a public figure when somebody steps aside, whether they are in a taxpayer-funded position or they are a celebrity? Remember, we were talking about who was the actor that he was dealing with all court.
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx.
Yep.
And remember, we had that long conversation about what's going on here. Yeah. Do we as public, those public figures, and we're public figures as well.
Well, I mean, they're not our public figures.
I know.
They're
But in America,
fake and phony.
Kings
and queens.
Do you think those people over there have a right to know?
I think Lloyd Austin's, our defense secretary,
perfect example.
Is a good example of somebody who I loved that he came out publicly and said that he had this type of prostate cancer, that it's so curable, and that he wanted to. I think it's good when public figures say, "Hey, go get checked."
Yes, agreed.
I agree.
So the deal is He had a recent hospital treatment for an enlarged prostate cancer. The king did.
Okay.
But they're saying this is a separate issue.
Okay. Could have spread, I guess. I mean, I'm just speculating. But
Yeah. And you start at what? Is it 40 or 50 when you start getting the annual prostate exam? I think it's 50, right?
Well, Dawn
is what they suggest.
Dawn doesn't have a prostate, so she.
Yeah, I don't
know.
have a prostate.
Thanks.
So I'm not going to do any checks and play nurse Dawn over here.
I think it's 50.
But I think that what they tell you with breast cancer, prostate, any of this, if you have any family history, talk to your doctor because if for a family history, they're going to start checking it at 35.
Yeah.
Depending on, any kind of ailment.
Well, my buddy last night had to go to the hospital because they think he has diverticulitis.
Which is the worst.
Is he gonna have to have colon removed or small intestine removed? Like
Rick Zioli.
Zioli.
Is that what Zioli was dealing with?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I guess
It's a
you
nightmare.
end up with like nodules on the inside of your colon that all this food gets stuck, and then it turns into bacterial infections, and then you have abdominal pain.
So
and then you have an unhealthy gut.
So for their awful monarchy over there, which is just a total farce and awful. Putting that all aside, if he kicks the bucket, who's next? Is it the heir or the spare?
Oh, well, is it?
It would be William, right?
Maybe it's Speaker Johnson. In charge. Alexander Haig.
Yeah.
Speaker Johnson.
Charles in charge.
Commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
Indictable.
Indictable. This is my favorite thing.
It is.
So British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said Tuesday that as the monarch's son Prince Harry flew from the U.S. to visit his father, I don't know who is second in charge over there.
Does anybody care?
Do we care?
I mean,
honestly, for all the Taylor Swift,
because they're not really in charge.
I care more about Taylor Swift than I do the royal family.
This country has a really unhealthy obsession.
I don't
with,
get it
with that monarchy.
I've
Who
never
cares?
been. I've never
Look,
been in. God bless him. I hope you don't. The cancer,
yes,
whatever.
I was just going to say that. I wish no ill will on this gentleman. Honest to God, I could care less about the monarchy.
They're really like Mickey and Minnie. I mean, they're
Yes.
just a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
And they even have a castle, just like Disney. See how I brought that back there?
There you go.
Speaking of, so number 3, just a fun one. This is a little fun one. Better call Bob Odenkirk's distant relative, King Charles III. So I love Bob Odenkirk. I don't know if you are a fan
Bob
of
Odenkirk?
Bob
I love-
Odenkirk, I
Yep.
should say.
Yep.
Bob Odenkirk, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. So he learned that in his latest episode, whatever, Finding Your Roots, they found out that one of his relatives is King Charles III. They're actually
Really?
related.
Wow.
So Bob Odenkirk related to the king. I thought that was kind of cool.
Bob Odenkirk has one of the greatest careers. I mean, he started as a as a writer on The Simpsons. He wrote for SNL.
Wow.
Just has a huge, long career of just great. Did Mr. Show, like just great stuff. I'm a huge Bob Odenkirk
Me
fan.
too.
Well, we know Saturday Night Live has had its demise, and I know we had some movie conversation earlier that Greg was getting personalized text messages about.
Giggling like a girl.
Is the Simpsons the greatest television show of all time, regardless of animated versus
No.
real human beings?
No.
I mean, it's been going on since what, 80?
Not the GOAT.
87?
87 is when it started in shorts on the Tracy Ullman Show. It started with its own show in I think 89.
I mean, we're talking over 35 years now.
Yeah, it's probably one of the longest running shows.
Well, it's easily the longest running, I think.
Well, I mean, SNL has been around since 1975.
Yeah, but they take time off.
Yeah.
In season, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that as well? In this incarnation of Saturday Night Live, during their live season between October through late April, early mid-May, they have 2 or 3 weeks now where they go without live episodes. Did it used to be like that, or are they just out of material?
No, they're only contracted to do a handful of shows a year.
Okay. I felt like in the glory days, they didn't have as many off weeks in season. It's like they've added bye weeks all of a sudden.
Yeah, they probably do, I don't know, 20 shows a year. It's not a ton.
All right.
Maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's 30, but it's
Okay.
it's not a lot.
All right.
Longest running TV shows, you're going to laugh. Number 1, Captain Kangaroo.
Ah, yes, Captain Kangaroo.
then The Symptoms, then Columbo.
Columbo.
Another
Columbo.
World, Bold and Beautiful. These are soap operas?
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say the soap operas have been around for ages, too.
Wow. See what happens when the Nevada primary means nothing?
We're talking about like Columbo. Columbo went for 35 years.
Yeah.
My sons love Columbo.
My old man
Watched all
loved
those old
Columbo.
episodes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring us, Piazza Auto Group. Start the new year off right with specials. 4.9% financing, 72 months on a new 2024 Volkswagen Atlas, Atlas Cross Sport, Tiguan, Taos. Just visit our friends at Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne, or you can always shop online, piazzavw.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up at the top of the hour, Kellyanne Conway with her suggestions on who Trump should consider for the Veep. We will get into that conversation, but we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour next as our local sheriff pulls a Nikki Haley. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're sick and tired of those achy joints, dread the idea of surgery, you need to call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them today. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing, right? The old ideas like steroids and surgery, they're no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is really transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments delivering lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, maybe from arthritis, maybe from that past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments, harnesses, and then directs your body's natural abilities to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. It's pretty amazing. It's a revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief with no downtime. Make this the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk, run, play golf, whatever it is, without the dangers or the trauma of surgery and without any harmful drugs. Just call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, just call 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters. On sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's at Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniels, all rights reserved.
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost.
Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Another diamond ring and all those late night promises. I guess they don't mean a thing.
850, Kayal and Company. As we continue live here on a Tuesday morning, this segment brought to you by Turn 7 Liquidations. Overstock emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls. And they have to do it immediately. No games. All name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers. Sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Hurry. Turn 7 Liquidations. How about this story? My brother-in-law, Aaron's husband, actually sent me this yesterday. Thought this was hilarious. We gave you the story about Nikki Haley and what I perceive to be staged fake fan mail that we talked about on the show yesterday. We showed you the two visual graphics on YouTube yesterday, one of which looked like an email that was concocted that was never actually sent to the Haley campaign. And now we have more flattering but phony headlines here locally in Philadelphia. So this is from the New York Post. My brother-in-law sent me this story. The Philadelphia Sheriff's Team posted a series of flattering but phony news headlines on her campaign website and then had to issue a nonchalant disclaimer when its fake news scheme was exposed. Democrat Rochelle Bilal's first term has been marred by accusations that, and if you've been paying attention to some of the local news, that her office lost a handful of guns. So we've got firearms that are unaccounted for. She tried to misuse funds to double her salary and hire a top deputy who moonlights as a defense lawyer. But visitors to her campaign website are met with glowing headlines about her accomplishments, which is all good and well. But the only problem is these articles don't actually exist. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, the supposed headlines came from supposedly the reputable local outlets like NBC 10, CBS 3, and the Philadelphia Inquirer, but they were removed from the site on Friday after the newspaper reached out for comment because it was unable to verify any of the headlines as authentic. So here you have somebody in the sheriff's department that is trying to position themselves from a political standpoint as, you know, doing this well or accomplishing this initiative or checking this off of their agenda, except none of these headlines are authentic or real. Now the allegations, and by the way, the sheriff's department and Bilal did not respond to requests for comment from the paper, and her spokeswoman has said that the issue would have to be addressed by their campaign manager. Now, watchdogs have hypothesized that this campaign had used artificial intelligence to fabricate these headlines. See, once again, this is where I think AI is going to be used, manipulated, and even fabricating things for elections. I'm telling you right now, and I'll probably be guilty of it as well. I'll probably fall victim to it. I'll see something that I think is real, retweet it, only to be found out later that it's a total scam. It's not real.
I'll yell at you.
You'll yell at me.
Yep.
Probably in a text.
Yep. Definitely in a text.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Amen.
Be careful. It's election season. There's going to be a lot of stuff out there that is absolutely false, even at a level like the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office.
Can we make a pledge in 2024 to tweet less?
You going to incentivize that?
I mean,
you know, I've actually been, in all seriousness,
your incentive is
I've
the
been
job you have.
I've been contemplating retiring from Twitter. Like gone. deleting the account. What do you think about that? Should we go to a poll question for that?
What would you go to? Sorry, Greg.
No. I want your.
I might create just like a generic account just so I can grab some stories and headlines and stuff for show content purposes, but actually just never ever posting again.
What if you just posted the stuff from the radio station website?
I do.
Okay. No, I know you do.
I'm the first one to retweet our great content.
I know you do. Some other ones of us don't, but that's fine.
Oh, how many times has WPHT, whoever runs that account, ever retweet anything of mine, by the way? So, goes both ways.
Stop
or whatever
it.
that saying is.
Just stop it.
Two-way street?
Two-way street. Now, Truth Social just said that they were. That's my question. Would you go to something like Rumble or Truth Social?
No, I'll stay on Twitter just because of the accounts that I follow.
Why would you go on these sites where it's just an echo chamber of the same people saying the same things over and over again? Get out of your comfort zones. Stop with Rumble. Stop with Truth Social. Get out of your comfort zones. Look at other things.
I don't go to Truth or Rumble.
Sorry.
I do. I look at everything.
I'm yelling.
Yes, you are. But like I told you before,
I hate social media.
Mom, he's yelling.
That's where I get my stories from Fox or from the New York Post. I don't go to their actual website. I click on the link through Twitter.
Yeah. What am I, a nerd? Why would I do that?
I go to every site, the liberal, the conservative, whatever, because I just like to see what the chatter is.
Right.
Because sometimes something is trending, and I'm just trying to figure out, okay, this is something trending. What are both sides saying, and what's going on here?
Like when I read something from the Inquirer or the Washington Post or the New York Times, even if it's not in my echo chamber, I just don't do it the old-fashioned way. I just don't go to like nypost.com in my browser.
So wait a minute. Getting back to something Dawn said, you really don't retweet things from the radio station's website because the people don't retweet you?
No. I just was saying that as my defense.
This is radio, people.
All right, we have to break.
855-839-1210.
Don't you ever notice I go through it? I'll just like retweet.
We're
a
letting
whole
the sheriff off the hook, by the way.
I know.
You guys are killing my momentum. This lady is as fraudulent as Nikki Haley.
I'm sorry.
Phony, fake, flattering, fake news, phony headline fan mail.
It's the least of her troubles.
It's my fault. My ADD really.
I know. Well, it's bad enough she lost guns and she's misusing funds. And now we got to use fake head. That'd be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go home today. I'm going to create an email address, bobjones@yahoo, and I'm going to email Greg like, hey, that guy in Morning Drive is pretty cool.
The guns were not. I mean, the guns that were quote unquote lost somehow ended up being sold on the street.
Yeah.
And some of them used as murder weapons. I mean, we've talked about that. So this is the least of her issues.
I tell you what. All right, 855-839-1210. When we come back, I've always been a fan of Kellyanne Conway. I think she still has the attention and the ear of Donald Trump. And when she speaks about things that are important, like the vice president, we listen. She goes through the names, and we'll discuss those on the other side as we continue. Fourth and final hour, Kayal and Company coming up next on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Drive through the winter season with Hessert Chevrolet, Philly's largest Chevy dealership. With the largest inventory and so easy to get to right on the boulevard in Northeast Philly, you can check out all the latest models. Sized to fit any family with all of the latest convenience and safety features you'd expect. And with a service department open 6 days a week, now is the perfect time to make sure your current Chevy is winter ready. So stop into Hessert Chevy today, where it's always your way.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. and PassItOn.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do, and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square on Saturday, March 9th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Company 901. Welcome back in. Fourth and final hour. It's a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. What's on the cut sheet part due at 9:30. What's on tap for the Dawn Show. Today in music history. And also, who on Twitter today? All still on the way. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. At 1210 WPHT on social media. Get us on the free Odyssey app, and of course, watch us live on YouTube. So I think the vice president conversation is very fascinating. It's very interesting. And there's a lot of people out there that I think are of the belief that it doesn't matter. I do feel like, over the last couple of years, whether it's 2020 with Joe Biden selecting Kamala Harris, or now who Donald Trump will select in 2024, I think it's an interesting conversation, and I do think it does carry some weight. Is it significant? Is it going to decide whether or not you vote Trump? Probably not. But I do think in a tight, a very hotly contested, race, where we're talking, this thing is going to be decided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different states. We're talking, I think, under 40,000 total votes, obviously with the race for 270, for the Electoral College. I think if you look at 2020 and you say that was close, and then you look at the disastrous policies of the Biden administration, and you look at the political prosecution of Donald Trump, I think it's safe to say that this should be even closer than it was the first time around. Which then I guess maybe the VP comes into play. Is there a VP out there in a swing state that could actually deliver a state for Donald Trump? I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but that could be the thought process behind all of this. We played you the clip yesterday. Donald Trump talking about, who he's thinking about, who he's considered, and he floated out 2 names. He threw out Tim Scott from South Carolina, and he also threw out, I believe it was Kristi Noem. And Maria Bartiromo was trying to press him on that a little bit. Trump really seems like he's in no hurry, no rush to announce, which from a strategy standpoint, I think makes a ton of sense. There's really no reason. I don't know that people are overly focused on a lot of this stuff right now. We are, certainly. We live it. We breathe it. We're in the weeds. Those of you that listen to this show and this station around the clock certainly are. But most Americans are pretty much, and I don't want to say completely checked out. People are aware of the economy, aware of the border, but they're not paying attention to all the nuanced conversations right now. So Kellyanne Conway offered up her insight as a guest columnist for the New York Times, and she threw out a bunch of different people in a bunch of different categories. I want to start with this group of people first. She didn't really name this category, But this group consists of former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo, as well as Tom Cotton, Senator, Republican from Arkansas, and then Marco Rubio, Republican from Florida. These are coming from Kellyanne Conway. In my opinion, those are no, no, and no. This is just my opinion. I have no interest in any one of those three. Then she goes to the, quote, most popular suggestion that she has heard about who Trump should pick as VP, and this is the female category. Although Conway goes on to say, and I think, Greg, you alluded to this yesterday, that now all of a sudden, because Joe Biden, and he went down the road of identity politics by selecting an African-American female, Kellyanne Conway says that the country is suffering from the daily consequences of embracing identity politics, which I agree with. No doubt about it. She goes on to say, give me somebody who is qualified and compelling. And if they meet those two criteria, that would be a lady that Trump could pick. Here's her suggestions. And Dawn, you'll like this. Senator Katie Britt, Republican from Alabama, who really doesn't get a lot of attention, but is kind of an up-and-coming politician down in Alabama. She mentions Elise Stefanik. We've all talked about her. For those that don't know the name, Elise Stefanik is from New York. She is the one who eviscerated Claudine Gay over her stance and statement following what the Ivy Leagues, specifically Harvard, were talking about when it came to the Israel-Hamas war and genocide on campus. She mentions your gal, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Yay.
Right there she is. Now, she also throws out somebody that I know, Marsha Blackburn, Republican from Tennessee. Okay. Doesn't work for me. It would not work. I don't think it sells.
You like Marsha.
I do, but I don't like her for Trump. And then she mentions Kristi Noem. So Katie Britt, kind of off the radar. Marsha Blackburn, probably off the radar to most people, although she's the one that was pushing many people for the flight logs and the all the information for Epstein Island in the last couple of months. And then you have Elise Stefanik. I think our audience certainly knows of her. Clearly, they know Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Kristi Noem. Are you of the belief now, and I ask this question because I see a name like Katie Britt, and I see a name like Marsha Blackburn. And I always think every time when it comes to a conversation on predicting something, usually the smartest people go the opposite of what the public believes will happen. Mm-hmm. It almost seems too obvious for Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, perhaps Sarah Huckabee Sanders, perhaps Elise Stefanik, Kristi Noem. Like, if we have rattled off 7, 8, 9 different names, is it fair to arrive at the conclusion that Trump's going to hit us with a curveball that nobody saw coming? Perhaps a name that some of us don't even recognize off the top of our head? I feel like that could be maybe the path he ends up taking.
I'm just curious why it's okay for Kellyanne Conway to play identity politics when we do nothing but criticize the other side for playing identity politics.
Desperate times, desperate measures.
Okay,
the abortion.
You could say that about everything. No, we're guilty of it too here because we said that it's not going to be a white male,
right?
That is going to be his running mate. At least we don't think so.
I think the justification for Trump
there's always justification.
Huh?
There's always justification.
Right. And I think the justification is this thing is razor thin and you are struggling you're not struggling with Hispanics.
Yeah.
You're doing better than you ever have with black voters. The giant elephant in the room is the female demographic.
Yep.
Post Roe v. Wade. So you almost have to say, okay, number one, can we win enough females to tilt this election in our favor, knowing we are up against it following SCOTUS's decision to relegate Roe v. Wade and kick it back to make it a state-by-state issue? So that's the first thing. Can we win in this post-Roe v. Wade era? That's the first question. If you answer that and you say yes, which obviously anybody running for office has to believe that, or else you're just wasting your time and money and everybody else's resources. And then secondly, who is the appropriate female voice? Who is the face of our party from a GOP standpoint that from a messaging standpoint can get the suburban mom, college-educated, single, career-oriented, perhaps has kids, perhaps doesn't have kids, that views Trump to be Satan and blames Trump for Roe v. Wade.
Yep.
How do you get that person to vote Trump?
You're not.
Okay, well, then if you're not, then you might as well just say the hell with Kristi Noem, Elise Stefanik, and say, we're just going to take the L there.
I almost agree with that. I think that you need to, like, those women, those suburban women that you're trying to reach are not reachable. So find another group that you can peel off more of, like the African-American group and the Hispanic group. Like, find those groups that you can peel more of that base and hope that that wins you the election.
But you're saying they're not reachable at all. Is that what you're saying? Because I actually think, because we played you the clip. Now, granted, these were Trump voters last week from MSNBC.
Yep.
I think it was in Pennsylvania.
It was.
That said abortion is not the number one issue. So let's just say, hypothetically, that for independent females out there that are not happy post Roe v. Wade, that think it's an issue, maybe there are some of them out there that say, you know what, I don't like what happened in June of 2022. But the economy and immigration, to me, right now, is a more pressing issue than abortion is. It's in their wheelhouse. It's definitely something that they're pissed off about, but it's not the number one issue. What if they compartmentalize and they rank them and they prioritize and they say, you know what? At the end of the day, I don't like the whole abortion thing going on right now, but I need to be able to feed my kids every 2 weeks. I got to be able to pay my mortgage. I got to be able to gas my car up. And think about when we start paying attention to these economic factors. Memorial Day, what's the cost of gas? 4th of July, what's it going to cost me at the grocery store for my 4th of July holiday party? And then when we get to August, what is everybody's number one concern before we go away for Labor Day? Back to school costs, right? Sneakers, clothes, school supplies. That's when you start paying. Those are like 3 different benchmarks on when you pay attention to certain economic indicators. Could there be an independent female out there that says, man, I really hate this Roe v. Wade stuff, but you know what? At the end of the day, I feel like our country's being invaded, and I have less money under Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, that the op-ed that Kellyanne Conway, wrote for the New York Times, that's exactly what she's saying in her op-ed.
Mm-hmm.
She would agree with you that Trump should not necessarily pick a woman, but I think she does say that she would like to see a person of color considered.
Well, she mentions Byron
Right?
Donalds and Wesley Hunt. Byron Donalds, as we all know, Republican from Florida.
Love him.
Absolutely love him. He was on my top of the list for Speaker of the House before it went to Mike Johnson. And Wesley Hunt from Texas has made a lot of noise and a lot of headlines and is certainly an up-and-comer as well. And you mentioned, a person of color. Of course, Dr. Ben Carson. He's always thrown out there. I don't know where that comes from. He's a former neurosurgeon, Trump cabinet member, but
all I know, having this conversation, I never want to hear you talk about DEI again. If this is the criteria we're putting for a vice president.
No, I mean, look, I want somebody that's qualified that can also deliver in the slivers where maybe Trump doesn't do as well as he should. It's not about just give me anybody that's female or anybody that's gay or anybody that's
But that's
black.
basically what Kellyanne Conway's saying.
Give me the qualified people. I think a lot of these people are qualified, but there's other people where I have no interest. Like I have no interest in Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I have no interest in Ben Carson. So there are females and there are black people on these lists that I have no interest in. There are some people that really stand out to me. Like Vivek Ramaswamy. Say what you want about him, and he's not going to be the VP. But, forget the identity politics. That's one of the smartest guys I've heard in a long, long time.
He's a brilliant guy.
He's Doogie Howser, for God's sakes. And I'm not a big fan of the nerd and the dweeb demographic. But Vivek really, he really caught people's attention. If you talk about it, who got the most bang for their buck in primary season when they were all in the race?
Oh, yeah.
There's nobody that is more ascending than Vivek.
No, and that's how he made a name for himself. Remember, everybody was mispronouncing his name, discounted him. And you know what? For somebody who's, a couple years away from his 40th birthday, who was, granted he was a New York Times bestseller, but he was not a national name by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's a household name.
Yeah.
So I think he was respectable for himself. Her comment is to answer Greg Stocker. Kellyanne Conway has a quote in there that she says it's not identity politics a la the Democrats. She calls it an equal helping to lead an America First movement that includes more union workers, independents, first-time voters, veterans, Hispanics, Asian Americans, and African Americans. That's what she wrote.
All I know is that it's easy to defend when it's a person you like.
I mean, look.
I'm not saying you. Don't take this the wrong way.
I was
I'm
just
not saying
giving
you.
her answer.
If the most qualified person to be Trump's VP, and so what we're looking at here is we're looking at who's the most qualified versus who can actually bring in a demographic that could actually slide this thing in Trump's favor. Those are two different conversations. The most qualified person could be a black lady, could be a white male. I don't know who the most qualified is. I can tell you who I like, and if we're going to play the DEI game, well, then we can rank based on competence. The difference here to me, Republican versus Democrat, is the Democrats were all incompetent people in the DEI game. There's nobody on the planet that thinks Kamala Harris is a good vice president. There's just nobody. I take that back. How she has 27% approval is beyond me. Those are people that are just clearly, whoa, she's a female or she's an African American, so yeah, she's doing a great job. That don't pay attention to any of the headlines or any of the actual stories that are unfolding.
The problem with the abortion issue is that on both sides, there are solely people that vote on that issue on both sides. There's the people who is like the overturning of Roe is literally the end of civilization and would never vote for any sort of GOP person that supports that. On the other side, pro-life people would never vote for somebody who is pro-choice. So it goes both ways. So having a female or having somebody like that on the ballot is not really going to get you who you really need to reach.
As the spokesperson for Kellyanne Conway, here's what she said. A qualified running mate who attracts rather than alienates core constituencies is ready to lead on day one and who can find his or her way in front of a TV camera without becoming the headline is preferred. So, which is, true. Kamala, with her weird laugh that you've isolated and some of her dopey things she said, you can't even remember her ethnicity or any of that stuff. You just remember the dopiness.
All right, well, then here's the question as we go to break. People think about this. Can Donald Trump win the presidency with a white male as vice president? Think about that during the break.
He did before.
Yes.
Okay. Think in 2024, things have shifted, though. 8 years ago is a long time ago. Can Donald Trump win with the next Mike Pence as a VP?
I think we're putting way too much emphasis on the vice president. I don't think people vote on the vice. Most people can't name vice presidents. Most people.
That's true.
That's true.
So a little bonus.
It's fun to kick around, and political junkies love it because this is what we do. But I just think that the majority of people couldn't name the vice president on most tickets.
I mean, look, the vice president could be completely irrelevant, and it could come down to immigration versus abortion.
Yep.
Simple as that.
That's exactly what it's going to come down to.
All right. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip, and then What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We got winners, we got losers, chain smokers and boozers, and we got yuppies, we got bikers, we've got thirsty hitchhikers.
Kayal and Company, 921 rolling on live here on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three at 9 coming up here in just a few moments, as well as What's on the Cut Sheet Part Due, Who on Twitter Today, What's on Tap for the Dawn Show, and also Today in Music History. And by the way, Toby Keith passing away at the age of 62 after a year-and-a-half battle with stomach cancer. So rest in peace to the great Toby Keith, 62 years old, as we get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, hi, Tracy.
Who put you up to this?
What do you mean?
You just woke up this morning and suddenly decided to run for president?
No. No, I just thought that,
Thought what?
Well, I was talking to Mr. McAllister about my leg and how I still want to do something for the school, and...
So Mr. McAllister asked you to run?
Well, I talked to him and everything, but he just said that he thought it would be a good idea, and how there's all different kinds of fruits, and well, it's nothing against you, Tracy. I mean, you're the best. I just thought,
Okay. You're on, Mr. Popular.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today and all week long, a pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon, the first annual paranormal conference on March 9th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more info, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller 12-855-839-1210. You will get a pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon. Best of luck to you. And we will have that again on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. All right, it is now time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:25.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And our Big Three this morning, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Number one, a follow-up, as the parents of those Kansas City Chiefs fans who were found frozen to death in a guy's backyard say the new toxicology findings actually show and prove to them there's way more to this story.
We thought so.
What's that?
We thought so.
Well, some family members are accusing the one surviving friend who's the homeowner where they were partying that night for the game that he's like some kind of a Walter White.
Yes.
Ooh.
Because he's actually a top scientist and a chemist. And allegedly back when they all went to high school together, that was, his nickname.
So it appears to me, guys, that, and this is just my opinion, that they all took a bunch of drugs that he created. He didn't take as much as them, slept for 2 days, passed out, slept for 2 days. They all went outside and died.
So he took enough to be knocked out for 48 hours.
Yes.
But the rest of them took way too much.
That's the allegations.
Wow.
If you read between the lines, that's what it looks like.
Okay.
Again, nothing's proven, but that's what it looks like.
Now, the parents are saying, they're speaking out about their sons, all in their mid to late 30s, and they're saying these guys were not drug addicts. Maybe they took something recreationally, but at least one of the relatives, I believe a brother of one of the men who tragically died, is wondering out loud if they actually died inside. If what Greg said is true, but were they dragged out on the patio?
That's pretty diabolical to hey, let's take 2 of these. Actually, I'll take 2 and you'll take 7 of these and then you'll die in my house and I'll toss you out in the backyard.
It's just a weird
there's been
story.
times at my fantasy football draft where I hope, some of my buddies choked on a hot wing, but, I never wanted to drug them and, toss them out into the yard.
Oh, my God.
God. This has got Netflix series written all over it.
Right?
Yeah, look, if the allegations are true and, they're saying that he was like the next Walter White, I'm sure if he's concocting all of these things, he may have been a drug taker that was, that built up his tolerance, and maybe they weren't. You know what I mean? I don't know.
It's horrific.
Yeah.
It's awful. Number 2, blame game. Atlantic City's casinos have no legal obligation to stop compulsive gamblers from betting. This ruling by a judge who dismissed a lawsuit from a self-described problem gambler who accused Borgata and its parent company, MGM Resorts International, of basically, cajoling him in with all these offers to gamble despite knowing about his addiction. But the judge, in fact, says essentially it's on you.
Yeah.
And this actually doubles down on previous rulings, but it was a big ruling that everybody was watching.
Yeah, look, as a fan of gambling and a fan of sports books and casinos, look, it's not on them. It's on you. Again, this all falls under the personal responsibility and accountability umbrella for me. Not their fault. You have a problem, get it fixed. Have family and friends step in. It's not on them to shut it down.
So a loss on that one. And number 3, shark attacks are on the rise worldwide. Scientists want to know why. They're researching this. So ultimately, worldwide and in New Jersey, off the coast of New Jersey as well, worldwide, an increase in the number of unprovoked shark attacks, nearly 70 of those happening during last summer, during last year, and that's up from 63 in 2022. 10 of those, only 10 were fatal out of nearly 70, but they've said, all of these are on the rise, including off the Jersey Shore. Dun, 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 dun.
Stay out of the water, folks. It's an election year, and those sharks are hungry.
You were talking about Jaws, back to the Rocky conversation and stuff like that, Creed. So I had looked up sharks, and I had found that little story. So that was what provoked it. So that's your big 3. Watch out for the sharks this summer.
All right. Thank you
Best
very
Work
much.
Industries for the Blind, Changing Lives, nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, you can just go to bestworkindustries.org. Kayal and Company, Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We do have our winner on the line. Here we go. Anthony in New Jersey is our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Anthony, thank you for listening. What movie clip did we just play for you?
election.
That is correct. You have got the tickets. It's a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Paracon, the first annual paranormal conference, March 9th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. Congratulations, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening and playing. We'll come back. We'll get another call, and then we're going to get into what's on the cut sheet part 2. It's all on the other side of Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. All right, fellas, perhaps you have reached that point in your life where you need to spice things up a bit in your current relationship, or maybe you're trying to impress somebody new on the open market. Well, I've got the recipe for you. It's Blue Chew's Chewables. That's right. Blue Chew's tablets are a performance enhancement for the bedroom that will have you knocking it out of the park and will help you gain that extra confidence come game time. And here's the thing. It has the same active ingredient as Levitra, but a more cost-friendly price. Blue Chews, they have licensed medical professionals that will work with you to find the right ingredient and the right strength for your prescription. And if swallowing pills isn't for you, no problem. Their tablets are chewable. And how about this special offer for my listeners? Try Blue Chew absolutely free. All you have to do is go to bluechew.com, enter the promo code 1210, and just pay the $5 shipping fee. And boom, it's yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations. And that special someone is going to thank you for bringing back your prime. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, and it's made in the United States of America.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With the comeback for the ages, the 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are this Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marbany Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinycans.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Jackson Hewitt offers you your biggest refund guaranteed or your money back plus $100. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play
1210 WPHT.
Times have changed and times are strange. Here I come, but I ain't the same.
Kayal and Company, 9:36 Tuesday morning as we continue. We're going to get to what's on the cut sheet part due in just a matter of moments. A lot of reaction on social media to the poll question that I posted at Nick Kayal on Twitter. Does it matter who Trump selects as his VP? Right now, 57% say yes, 43% say no. Greg is in Buckingham. He's got some thoughts on Trump's possible VP, and he's with us this morning on 1210. Greg, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. I have a name nobody has really brought up at all. I think he speaks brilliantly. He's a real good Trump conservative. Oh, boy. And Rick Grinnell. And I think he will check a lot of boxes. He's a real Trump backer.
Openly gay, I believe, as well, right?
Yes, he is. And that's why I think he will hit some demographics that people love to pick on the Republicans about. Yet he is as strong a Trump supporter as there can be. He's been in the State Department. He's been in national intelligence.
Ambassador to Germany. Yep.
Yes. And he will be a tremendous addition to the Trump team. And
that's definitely an outside the box thought. I thought I read something recently that he was battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or something. I don't know if that's in remission now or if he's better. But I thought I read something about him, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago. So I'm not sure what his current health status is. But that would definitely qualify as outside the box names that people are not talking about. So we appreciate the call.
By the way, that poll question is up right now on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. If you're on the chat or if you're watching right now, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Does it matter who Trump picks as VP? What did you say your Twitter?
I had 57% yes, 43 no.
Yeah, well, YouTube is 53-47.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's within the margin of error. All right, 9:38 on a Tuesday morning. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet part due.
What's on the cut
Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 is sponsored by Wawa. Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make any time snack time. Try a built-to-order snack and go. Excuse me. Let me start this again. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 sponsored by Wawa. We love Wawa. Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make anytime snack time. Try a built-to-order Snack and Go wrap today with flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken. Only $2.49. Gotta have a Wawa. Sounds perfect. I'm gonna have that for lunch today.
Get 2 for $5. If my math is correct.
Buffalo chicken is the greatest invention.
Of all time?
Maybe. Fight me on that.
I'm actually in the mood for some buffalo wings, to be honest. I could go for a dozen real hot and crispy.
Yeah. Does Wawa have buffalo wings?
I think they have boneless.
They should. Trump has officially called for an immediate debate with Joe Biden for the good of the country. He said this on the Monday edition of the Dan Bongino program, where he also says he doesn't think Biden will run for president. I mean, Biden's won 2 primaries. If he's not going to run, when is he going to?
Well, there's some people that subscribe to the theory that I've kind of adopted in the last 2 months that he's going to get swapped out at the end of the summer at the convention.
Yeah, I get that. Look, I was the first person to say it wasn't going to be Trump or Biden.
So are you back on the thought that it will be Joe as the nominee?
I do, yeah.
It's amazing. We're all flipping around here. It's unbelievable.
This is how that conversation went.
Country. And I don't think he's going to run. And I don't know if it's donors or otherwise. It might be his family. It might be something. I don't think he's going to run. But I'd like to call for immediately debates. I'd like to debate him now because we should debate. We should debate for the good of the country. So I will officially on your show call. I will.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
I also said,
we're breaking news, Mr. President. Donald J. Trump calls for debates against Joe Biden. That's great.
So we
We're
can
breaking
talk
some
about
news
these
here.
problems, Dan, and get him to change his ways. But I am officially doing that. I also put out, you probably noticed, that I'll take his spot at the Super Bowl if they want. We'll get very good ratings.
We love it. Mr. President, I got to go.
Okay, so Bongino was doing that interview from like a bathroom or something. Not sure what was up with his sound. But forget the debates because Joe's not going to debate. I actually think that's a brilliant idea by Trump to throw out the fact that I will do an interview at the Super Bowl. We talked about this yesterday for the second straight year. Joe Biden will not do the biggest softball interview you could ever get. You're going to be, last year, I get it. You didn't want to do it on Fox News, although it was going to be with Brett Baer. But Brett Baer is not going to come after you. He's not like Hannity or Waters or Carlson or anything like that. He's a news guy. Now, it would be a little bit more difficult than Norah O'Donnell. But this year you turned down Norah O'Donnell, who you've done in the past. And oh, by the way, this is about a 3-minute interview. I mean, think about this. It's a question on Russia and Ukraine. It's a question on the border. And then it's, what ice cream are you going to have when Taylor Swift is shown in the second quarter? And then, boom, the interview's over. Yeah. How do you duck out of the biggest layup softball question of all time?
That's how worried they are.
Of course, the CBS will never extend the invite to Trump. But if I'm Trump on my team, I reach out to CBS News. Hey, I'll do it.
No. They would never do it, but it shows you how worried the Democrats are that they're passing up on it, to your point.
Yep.
Do you guys, I don't know. I have a different approach. I just think that he knows, like, politics, these two are so unpopular that he's gonna put an interview of himself on a day when people don't want to think or talk about politics.
Get up and go to the bathroom. Eat your buffalo wings from Wawa.
Yeah, I understand. I saw your husband's long post on this about how he thinks that it's like you're guaranteed 70 million viewers or whatever like that. I just don't.
I mean, the reach is incredible, but if people just are they exhausted by the Super Bowl and the president, or just these two?
These two, like this is Ali Frazier too. You know what I mean? Like we've done this dance before. People know Trump. People know Biden. Nobody needs to get to know the president. Nobody needs to get to know Trump. Everybody knows them. So like, what good does it do getting out there and just rehashing the same stuff over and over again?
I say we move up the election to April. Honestly, what's the point? I mean, if everybody's already in their own camps for the next 9 months, all of this is just posturing at this point, right?
Yeah.
Let's get to the fight already.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
All right. That'll do it for part 2 of the cut sheet. And we'll figure out what's up with Bongino's mic. We'll come back and we'll get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist. And who won Twitter today? It's all still on the way. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, speaking of my husband, I did just retweet because I'll get in trouble if I don't retweet his stuff too, Greg.
Wait a minute. You're supposed to retweet our stuff, not him. He works for a competing radio station. My God.
Okay.
Thank God I love Kitchen Magic.
I'll undo it. I'll undo it.
Thank you.
So the only thing I'll do is give Larry a little Kitchen Magic. No more tweet love for him, all right? Kitchen Magic. When I think about Kitchen Magic, my kitchen, it really is the heart of my home. I always say, do you ever notice you have people over and you fix up the house? Everybody ends up in the kitchen. It's like, get out of my kitchen. But if your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated, and in Pennsylvania. Since 1979, they have a great, experienced team that has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. They're experienced. They know what they're doing. A dedicated design consultant is going to work with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash, all the counters, tub shower conversions. They do that too to get you exactly what you want. And it comes with an industry-leading warranty. That's important too. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. And get this, you get 10% off your remodel. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher into 2024, forcing millions of hardworking Americans to delay their retirement or even return to the workforce. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle at our next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the Copperfield Inn, Wednesday, February 7th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, you went uptown riding in your limousine with your fine Park Avenue clothes. You had the Dom Perignon in your hand and the spoon up your nose.
9:49. It is Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning as we put a bow on another show. Don't forget another keyword coming up tomorrow at 8:30, and we will try to get Tony Bruno on right around that time tomorrow, as Bruno will be out in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. And once we get that ironed and squared away, I will let you guys know on Twitter if, in fact, we confirm Tony Bruno. But I can confirm that 11 minutes from now, it's the Dawn Show.
Whoa.
And we find out what's on tap at the top of the hour.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and a new warning to men who might be a little lonely, might even need the product that Nick Kayal's starting to launch this week. Congratulations on that one.
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew, which at first I thought it was like you had a dog food sponsor, and
You know,
I was
my
like
wife,
so jealous.
My wife said the same thing. Is that like a dog food? I said, no. I said, no, not at all.
But it's like it's cute because it's a combo of like the little blue pill,
Mhm.
but right. So that's a Blue Chew.
I think the dog food, isn't it Blue Wolf or something?
Blue Buffalo.
Blue Buffalo.
Yeah, this is Blue Chew.
Yes.
Since we're plugging it, promo code 1210.
That's right.
Thank you.
But that's cool. But there's a new warning going out, and this is horrific. And even some victims are speaking out of these scams that are happening of men who think they're on a dating site. And this one divorcee it's a horrific situation that's going on. So they're really putting out the warnings. The FBI's involved in this, but people just scammed out of their life savings. So we'll talk about that one for sure. We've got a lot going on today that we're following. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to have a great guest. Steve Ulrich is going to preview the budget address by Governor Josh Shapiro today. So we'll talk about the budget and scrunch things, as well as the upcoming special election in Bucks County that we've been talking about here on Kayal and Company that's next week, that's really going to decide the balance of power in our legislature, which, of course, is pretty much shut down in the House as they blame a leak in the floor or whatever. And then about 10:05-ish, my friend Christine Flowers will be along. We'll get her reaction on these scams going on against men, lonely men, but also some of the headlines of the day, including, of course, Krasner and the usual suspects.
Okay. By the way, speaking of scams, did you see that Drew Barrymore got catfished again and fell for another guy that was posing to be somebody else? We've talked about her and her god-awful show that she does.
She's a mess.
Yeah.
She is a mess. She's just a sucker girl. I feel kind of bad for her.
She got catfished and scammed to think that she was going on a date with Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford.
Wow.
By the way, before we get to who on Twitter and this day in music history, just a few talks about our VP conversation. Peter writes, how about Mike Pompeo? Nobody ever mentions him as a potential running mate.
Kellyanne brought his name up. Yeah.
Doreen writes on his X account, Richard Grinnell says he's better after cancer.
Yes, I saw that. Great.
Nemesis Enforcer says VP never matters ever. I agree with that. Road Warrior says VP Kristi Noem.
Okay.
Maria says Greg Abbott for VP. Marcus Aurelius says Pauly Shore for VP. And then, since we're doing this, and then we'll get to this day in music history.
Twitter.
Hang on.
Who won Twitter?
Hassan Bin Sober actually wins Twitter. He says, he's saying this to you, Nick Kayal. Stay on Twitter just because Stalker says not to. You don't have to listen to him. He's not your wife.
Oh. Well,
I love it.
You put it that way.
That's so like a little be a rebel.
Yeah. I am kind of a rebel. I spit in the face of conventional wisdom.
Or, be a good team player for the job that pays you.
Yeah, could do that as well.
Just a thought.
These are all things that'll be marinating in my head as I pour a cocktail.
I'm on
today.
Twitter. Listen, I'm on Twitter because of this job.
Same here.
I wouldn't be on Twitter if it wasn't for this job.
Same here. I've said that many times. I told you when I retire, I'm throwing all my electronics in the ocean.
But again, okay. I'm tired of having the Twitter conversation with you two.
He's disgusted with
Dawn,
us.
please retweet some stuff so he gets calmed down.
I know. I'm going to have to trigger him.
Yeah.
All right,
let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history?
Oh, yeah.
Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 6th, we celebrate the birthdays of Axl Rose, who turned 62, Bob Marley, and Gord Downie of the Tragically Hip. We also sadly lost Gary Moore on this day in 2011. A couple notable singles include Springsteen's I'm on Fire, released day in 85, and Frank Sinatra released his very first single, Your Hit Parade, in 1943. And a couple singles also hit number 1 on this day. Centerfold by Jay Giles in 82, and the Righteous Brothers with You've Lost That Loving Feeling in 65. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Oh, Angels in the Centerfold, Jay Giles Band, 82. My old man loved the Jay Giles Band.
I'm feeling old. Axl Rose is 62. Good God.
Dude, I could rattle off Jay Giles songs. Southside Shuffle, Must Have Got Lost, Angels in the Centerfold. I might actually listen to that on the way home a little bit today.
The song's actually called Centerfold.
What did I say?
Angels in the Centerfold.
Well, yeah, it's the chorus. Angels in the Centerfold.
But it's not the name of the song.
Musically.
In his Piazza Honda.
Yeah. Musically, I tell you what. All right, that'll do it for us. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow, Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. And as our once progressive, now moderate senators famously said,
Good night, everybody. If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your